right, what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody, wherever you are, whoever you're with, whatever you're doing, however good it feels and however many times you're going to do it, why you're doing it in the first place. I'm just glad you're doing it right here on Legal Vices. This is my channel. That's me. We're all rolled up into one, and today is day 4 morning of Taylor SCHABUSINESS' murder trial. We got a lot of catch up to do for those of you that are just joining us. We've ended phase 1. The jury found her guilty of killing Chad Therian, found premeditatedly killing, first-degree murder, found her guilty of mutilating a corpse, found her guilty of third-degree SA of the corpse. Now we no longer have to say allegedly. She is a convicted murderer. And we got a lot going here. Everybody is here in chat already. We're at 670 people here in chat already, 273 likes. Everybody piling in. Make sure you pile in and hit that like button. Get that like button. Just hit it in as soon as you get through the door. Then you don't have to worry about it. Let's get us up to 600 likes instantly. That'd be awesome. And see a Law Talk with Mike here in chat. You got the link, brother. Get on in here. We got to catch you up on this trial. We're about 10 minutes away from court starting, so we gotta bring you up to speed so you can see all the crazy. But before we do that, the very first thing we always got to do, we always have to do the cocktail of the day. Today's cocktail is short, simple, sweet, to the point. Another classic. Today's cocktail is the Tom Collins. For the Tom Collins, take a Collins glass. It's called a Collins glass for a reason. Take a Collins glass, put some ice in it, then take 1 ounce of fresh lime juice. Boy, let's try that all over again. Mike clicked in here, and he's in the background, got distracted by the little noise the stupid thing makes. We're going to do it again. Today's cocktail is the classic Tom Collins. Make yourself a glass with ice in it, and then bring yourself a shaker with ice in it. Add 1/2 ounce simple syrup to the shaker. Then add 1 ounce of fresh squeezed lemon juice. Pour that in. Next, add yourself 2 ounces of gin. If you have Old Tom gin, that's what you should do. But we don't have Old Tom gin, so we're just going to use any old gin. We're using Tanqueray. 2 ounces of Tanqueray gin. Give it a good shake for 5-10 seconds, just enough to get it cold. We don't want to get it too diluted. Once that's done, pour it off into the glass. Right straight into the ice. What a gorgeous drink. And once you've poured that off, fill in the gap with some soda water. Pour it straight up. And then you can garnish it off with cherry, a lemon wedge, an orange wedge, whatever you want. But that is the classic Tom Collins. A fantastically fresh and refreshing drink for a nice hot summer night like it is here in Korea. All right, without further ado, the man of the hour. It's Law Talk with Mike. What's up, brother?
What's up? I really feel bad about interrupting your Tom Collins vibe.
Yeah, that's good. You can never interrupt the vibe. You can just delay it.
I see you've adopted my vibe.
Which is
we're just it's a trend now. Nobody buttons their shirts now.
It's summer.
I'm bringing the 70s back.
Hey, we all wish we were Law Talk with Mike. Not all of us can be Law Talk with Mike. Not all of us can
We're gonna have a road trip in like a Firebird, you know?
Yeah, it'd be like Night of the Roxy or something, you know.
I love it.
How you doing? It's been a minute.
I'm good. I've not watched any of this trial. I know nothing.
Good. Oh, perfect. You're in.
I don't understand a damn thing, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, and I can prove it right here.
Well, I was going to say, you don't look like you're at home. Otherwise, you're the worst interior decorator I've ever seen in my life. So
it's sparse in here. Yeah.
See, nobody voluntarily does their house in that color. Well, this is good because we're about 5 minutes away, and we can give you the quick 5-minute crash course on this case.
All right.
So when you say you know nothing, surely you know something about the case.
I believe, but I'm not even sure, that she decapitates him and he ends up in a suitcase. Is this case?
Oh God, no. Okay, all right. You literally know nothing about this. All right,
I know nothing.
Here we go. Taylor SCHABUSINESS. She's married. She has a child who's less than 1 year old. Her husband is in jail on other things. The child is I believe it's with her grandparents or somebody. She no longer has custody of her child because of drugs and other things.
That's good.
She's 24. You'll be surprised how old 24. As we've been saying, she's 24, 25 years old. She's about 45 in meth age. So she's 25 years old. She's living with a guy who is like a year older than me. So he's like, 54, 55. They both mysteriously have 2 cell phones at home. They do a lot of drugs. So you can figure out what they do and what the relationship might be and how that all interacts. But that's neither here nor there. She takes her boyfriend's van. Well, her roommate's van picks up her boyfriend when her husband's in jail. So she's got her side piece. Shad Theory and the unlucky guy. Picks him up. They do marijuana. They smoke the weed. They get the reefer madness on. They smoke their weed. Then they get bored and they go back to the house where she lives and they shoot up meth. Well, they smoke meth with her roommate. Then allegedly they shoot up with trazodone, but he didn't have any trazodone in his system. So maybe it was just her. Maybe it was all a lie. We don't know. They go back to his parents' house, his mother's house. His mother and father divorced. And they go to the mother's house, which is apparently just a smash pad. So they go down in the basement where his smash pad is set up. It's just like 3 mattresses stacked up in a corner. They're kind of semi-hoarders. They testified that they can't get to their front door because of junk. The mother did. But so she's down in the hoarder's basement. They smash. They're not in there 5 minutes, and they break out the dog collars, the choke collars. His and hers choke collars. He decides he's going to be the first. He puts the choke collar on himself, and she, in her own words, rode him like a donkey. Smashed his face in the pillow, mounted on his back, sat on his back, and started choking as part of their love play, which is they've done before. Well, she apparently blacks out, and then she wakes up from being blacked out and says, as she very helpfully told the police, I'd gone this far and I just decided to keep going. Then she asked the cops, have you ever loved something so much you had to kill it? She decided what was going on. She eventually got him to die. After he died, he spent the next 3 hours playing with his corpse. She inserted him into her vagina at one point. Then she filleted his dead body. You're going to want to put that water down just for a minute. Filleted his body. And she testified that she was cutting while sucking, was her words, I believe. So she dismembers him, answered the question, also balls or no balls, just like the whole unit, the whole pork and beans. She jammed a dildo in his mouth. Then she said she jammed the dildo in his ass. Then she just started cutting. And she did a butcher job like you would not believe on him. Dismembered him. I mean, just flayed the skin off his back. You chopped him off at all of his joints and was like carving the meat off the bones, sticking it in baggies around the house. She went through 6 kitchen knives, settled on the bread knife because it had a serrated edge and it was the best, she said. She put a leg and a foot inside of a crock pot box in her roommate's van. I'm sure he was real happy about that. Put a torso in some plastic container, put a bunch of stuff in some bags that she found in the basement. And she told the cop,
got through all this testimony. This trial's gone fast.
Yeah. Well, there's not a whole lot you can do when she's giving this wasn't all revealed through police interrogation. This is just what she volunteered to tell the police. They didn't have a whole bunch of, they didn't have a whole bunch. They had officers at the site, officers with her giving her the interrogation. And I mean, they're literally on the phone coordinating with the people on site going, oh, no, well, this is what she said. This is where you can find this. This is where you can find that. And I go, yep, that's where we found it. Good deal. So they're corroborating each other real time. So then she decides that, well, it's time to go. So she leaves in the basement, but halfway up, they had a storm door. I guess they go out in the backyard or whatnot. So she goes out the storm door. The storm door slams. Mom hears the storm door slams, goes downstairs to see if her son left with the business. Of course, her name is not Taylor Shabusiness. That's her new name. She changed it in 2017. It was Coronado before that. So she goes to see if she's left. She goes down there and she says, oh, there's a bucket at the bottom of the stairs that she didn't remember putting there, and it had a towel over it. So she removes the towel, and this kid's mother finds his severed head in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs. And in the bucket was that she found was her son's head, and a Jolly Rancher. Don't know why there was a Jolly Rancher in there, but there was. Yeah. So, and I can't. And everybody was talking about how the mother was so calm when she was calling the police. They didn't call 911. They called the non-emergency number. Her and her boyfriend talked for several minutes about what they should do. They call the non-emergency number and just very calmly say, yeah, the head's in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs. People are like, well, how can that be? She's so calm. I mean, how the hell do you react when you find that? I mean, she was clearly.
Let's start with this. It's not an emergency.
Yeah, well, that's what they said.
You're in shock, and you just tell the authorities, but it's not an emergency at this point.
Yeah, and the police dispatcher was being police dispatcher, talking to the boyfriend. Is she hallucinating? Are you sure he's dead? And he's like, yeah, pretty sure. So anyway, they arrest her, obviously, and they go through all of this. The DNA came back on the dildo. The DNA came back inconclusive due to a, quote, complex mixture of DNA on the dildo.
Oh, I'm sure of that. Yeah.
Yeah. At least 2 male donors and 1 female. Which means she just doesn't wash after, just wash your toys, ladies. Jesus. Yeah, so it's not a pretty thing all the way around. So they arrest her, and just yesterday, this is Wisconsin, they pled not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. So phase 1 was guilty or not guilty of actually committing the murder. They found her very easily in 42 minutes from the time they left till the time they came back. It took 42 minutes, which is just enough time to enjoy the coffee, go to the bathroom, read the jury instructions, and sign the paperwork. So they found her guilty.
That makes sense. And I didn't see her. Obviously, you saw the trial. Did she testify at the trial?
No.
But I mean, insanity may be a viable defense here.
Well, we're going to find out today. Because phase 1 was did she kill him or not? Was it a premeditated murder or not? Now, I guess in Wisconsin, they do a bifurcated 2-stage deal. Now, the same jury today is going to start with we all decided yesterday she was guilty of murder in the 1st degree, mutilation of a corpse, and sexual assault. And today they're going to start.
They get her with murder 1?
Yeah. Yeah. So
I mean, the only thing you can attack there, and you can definitely attack it, is was it planned?
Yeah, and that's what he tried to show. It wasn't.
I mean, it happened, but if you're defending it, you can say, look, I mean, but my client's A, crazy, and B, on a pile of drugs, and this is the result of that in the moment. To deal with that one element, everything else, you're toast.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they tried. They tried that, didn't work. They mentioned that she said during her police investigation, I didn't mean to kill him. Well, didn't seem to buy that. And then, of course, the drugs. That the judge shut that down pre-trial, said that you cannot rely on I made myself so high that I wasn't culpable of murder. So they got rid of that. Well, they also got rid of the one defense argument. They wanted the sexual assault charge thrown out on the grounds that under Wisconsin law and under the jury instructions, it says that sexual assault is against a person without consent, that he is dead. He no longer fits the legal definition of person. They said, and pardon our language, but he's essentially a pile of meat at this point. So therefore, he can't be a person under the law. So therefore, she cannot be charged with sexual assault.
Insane.
And that's what the judge said. The judge said, no, that's a great argument, except for this one little part that says it does not matter whether the victim is alive or dead. So They threw out that.
Oh, and it even says that in the statute. Oh,
yes.
You could have gone with he consented to it.
Yeah. Well,
consent.
They tried that.
You can say
they
had a history of doing this stuff.
Well, they didn't try that. That's what I thought they would do. I thought they would say he consented. He put the choke collar on himself, so he consented. But they didn't do that. They said the sex act hadn't started yet because the sexual assault is defined as penetration of the mouth, vagina, or anus, or the mouth, genitalia, or anus. So they said no, the sex act hadn't started yet. So I thought I would have gone the way you said. I said, okay, the sex act started. They just didn't get that far because of the results. But that brings us to today. We're starting it, and we are here. The court just walked in. So that's what you walked into, Mike.
So we're on to insanity phase here.
Yes, this is starting right now.
Okay.
Well, they're here. They're not talking yet, so I guess they're just teasing us at the moment.
Who's this guy?
These are the defense. This is the defense on the right and the prosecutor on the left. All right, let's see if we have a better
Laurel and Hardy vibes out of that tie.
Oh, the judge! You wait till you see the judge's ties. He's like he bought some great ties in the '90s, and he's sticking to them. Oh yeah, well let's talk about that. Yesterday, Law and Crime. They started out 15 minutes into this thing. So you'd think I would instinctively know what the hell these different camera views are after like a year plus of doing this, but I don't have any idea. Anyway, this will do us for now. Fuck it. We'll just bring this off here. We're watching and something else happens. What they did yesterday, they started out by saying one of the jurors got a text message from a friend in Indiana saying, hey, I saw you in court the other day. That led to a whole did Law and Crime show the jury at some point. So the judge went through, watched the whole day. He said, we didn't see anyone on the Law and Crime feed. So maybe someone in the gallery was illegally using a phone to capture the jury and uploading it. So they had the security guy go through all of the tape, and they said they're still trying to decide that. They brought in the juror and said, what happened? He said they got the message, whatnot, from a friend. He just said, oh, thanks, or oh, okay. And then he told the judge. They didn't dismiss the judge. The guy asked for 2 different mistrials. The defense did for that reason. He denied both of the motions for a mistrial. And then at the end, when it came time to choose the alternates and dismiss the alternates, just court TV just broadcast the judge it was like, okay, we're going to read the names of the alternates now. We're getting ready to read them. We're going to read them now. And of course, Law and Crime does the usual thing, and they dox the names. Then one of the dismissed jurors walked straight across the camera, and you saw the camera kind of do this little shake thing and then like pan up real quickly to the ceiling after we got full view of the guy. And then the other 3 jurors, I guess they went to sit in the gallery waiting for the official dismissal. And then the camera pans back to the defense lawyer, and that same guy that walked in front of the camera is now standing in the very corner of the frame behind the defense lawyer. So Law and Crime, instead of just panning quickly to the right, they decided to pan to the left and panned left straight across all of the dismissed jurors and panned up into the ceiling. It was just the worst. It was just like a bunch of 12-year-olds running the AV equipment. It was great. So that's what you got yourself into. All of this.
So you say there's this, and then there's what? Death penalty phase?
Well, yeah. This is what is down. There is no death penalty in Wisconsin, so it's all or nothing here. It's either she's not guilty by reason of insanity, or it's life in prison without parole.
So this is a Wisconsin case.
Yeah. And hopefully we can get some people to come in here. Natalie Wisco's been saying maybe she also might be on rackets, and if I was her and it came between being on me and Nick Stream, I know where I'd go. So, I certainly wouldn't waste my time with me. But yeah, Natalie might be here. And Tug was in Stream yesterday. Tug said he might come in. So that'd be great to get some of his expertise on this. But we're doing good. We're doing good today. The judge is usually starting on time. I mean, this judge is great. This judge is putting up with nothing. When he says we're starting at 10:02, he starts at 10:02. When he says we got 7-minute break, you take a 7-minute break.
Wait,
He's a great judge.
Like, is this like Milwaukee area or?
It is Milwaukee, I believe. Don't ask all the difficult questions. So, yeah. This is a wild one. I saw you doing this, and I'm like, I was busy that day, and I'm like, I'll get over there. I'm thinking, okay, this is gonna be a 6-week deal or something. I don't know. The facts. Yeah, I've been waiting for this for a year, so I was glad when they said it was supposed to be a week. I'm like, okay, I can do without sleep for a week. That'd be good.
Yeah.
But while we got the time, what's going on over in Law Talk with Mike country?
Oh, I mean, not a damn thing. We're just
see. This is why I wanted you on here. This is why I wanted you on this stream, because this case is literally the it gets worse case.
It sure does. It doesn't get worse than that.
From opening statements until yesterday, it was literally every minute just got worse. just when you think it can't get worse, it gets worse.
I think Wisconsin might have to rethink the reinstating the death penalty, because between this and Brooks, they've got some real candidates.
Oh yeah, and she had an infatuation with Jeffrey Dahmer too, which may explain a little bit. Yeah, of course they went through her search history, which had things like Jeffrey Dahmer walking sexy into court, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt. It's search terms like that.
Wow.
Yeah. But the good thing is we don't have to really be respectful anymore, because it was all about this poor dead kid. Now we can just this is bitch be cray cray part of the trial, so we can loosen up a little bit. That
is a wild one.
Yep.
And they have testimony. Do they have exhibits? I mean, I don't know. They didn't show this stuff, did they?
They didn't show a lot of it on camera. One thing they did show was the medical examiner, the outline, the diagram they do of all the injuries. It just looked like the guy took a black magic marker and just colored over the pictures. There was so much going on. Like I said, she flayed the skin off his back. It was just rough. Before we get too far, I just want to tell everybody, if you don't know Law Talk with Mike, you got to get right with Jesus. You got to know Law Talk with Mike, because as I always tell him, whenever I see him, that's the first thing I do. I roll out of bed. First thing I do is I listen to someone else for his 5 or 10 minute podcast, Philip DeFranco, just so I can realize how the crazy part of the world thinks, what the crazy part of the world has been doing. Because I had been watching him since before he went crazy, which was right around the time Trump was elected. But now it's just out of habit and to see what the crazy people think. And right after that finishes, I go and I catch up with Law Talk with Mike. Had my dual and sovereign sits, some soft sits this morning. That got me through about an hour of my day. That was good. But go to Law Talk with Mike. He's the it gets worse guy. He has all the trial clips from all the crazy people. We have Iowa Dog Squad mom. I'm here for the pup cam. Yeah, have we reached unleash the dogs? Oh, we actually have got to release the hounds time of day. So we'll be getting the dog cam on. That's my latest script. The unlock the dog achievement. So I'm here for the pup cam. Tank Rat powering up membership button. It's going to take some time to get fully charged. Tank Rat's been dropping some. I see he's been dropping some serious memberships here, so we'll get to that real quick. Swan Lake lady, homegirl, just up over the hill from where I grew up. Need some help. My mechanic was a wall full of old license plates in his shop. Has a wall full of old license plates in his shop. He is now looking for old license plates from motorcycles. I would be so grateful if anyone has one they would be willing to part with. You can PM on Twitter. Swan Lake lady looking for the motorcycle license plates. Hit her up on Twitter. Only license plate pictures. Only the license plate pictures. Only license plate pictures, please. Wink, wink. Parentheses, quotations, license plate photos. Behavior plan, Pam. I'll be blaming Mike for this one. The therapy I'm going to need. Anything for Salinas. Talk about naughty adventures. Sheesh. Flux, Mocha Dick Poon, XOXO, fully adjustable blow for freedom. What the shit mean? Muhahaha. Yum yum, crock pot box. And as always, pants are prison. This is crazy. What does repeater in the charges mean? It means she has a previous conviction for assaulting a police officer is basically what it was. If Barry Scheck was the defense attorney, we would be on a 4 to 10 day cross-examination over the complex mixture of DNA on the dildo. That is true. And finally, anything for Salinas. If Mike is here, I'm here. I'm usually Team Rackets, but Mike, there's something about Mike.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Well,
Thank you.
the defense.
We're gonna push pause here real quick. Because we're gonna be a couple of minutes behind. That's all. Because we got to get through this last little bit. What's gonna happen? The first thing is they're doing a little bit of a hearing to see whether the defense experts can actually even be called, because the defense literally has nobody to call. And Rosie Wan has she's became a YouTube member of what did he become a member of? He became a member of the Bent Halos and Broken Wings tier. Wow, thank you so much. And Blue Faro has also become a member of the Clean. Oh, he's been a member for 4 months of the Clean and Sober crew. That's awesome. And let's see, I'm scanning through here to see what else. I wish StreamYard would put up these monthly membership chats and things. Tank Rat gifted 50 Legal Vices memberships. Holy crap. Tank Rat bringing the heat. Everybody, if all 50 of you that got a Legal Vices membership from Tank Rat, give him a super special thanks. And Jules, Clean and Sober, love your coverage, Jeff. The perfect amount of commentary, jest, and legal analysis. We're probably going to lean a little more towards the jest side today. Thanks for not talking over the trial too much. You the man. Well, thanks. And Rain Man YYC, hey from Calgary. Our Calgary fans here. Thanks for the coverage and snark. Great. Oh, thank you guys for being here for so much. I'm happy to have Law Talk with Mike here. It took a while to get him. I knew this was the trial for him. This is Mike country. We don't want to do this without Mike at least once, and we're happy he got here. So that's what they're doing today.
I like a good naughty adventure, but I think this one went too far.
Yeah,
just a skosh. I think lines were crossed here.
One or two may have been interfered with. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, so the defense wants to call a pharmacologist to testify that drugs will cause brain damage, long-term brain damage, that Taylor Schabusiness had all these mental issues, and that she was suffering from a bunch of stuff. And the judge is saying, I'm sure he's a great pharmacologist, but I'm not real sure he can testify about anything else you have to say. So they're doing a little question about that. And that's kind of where we're going to jump in here. A little Daubert hearing on this guy.
That's
It may be very short because the way the judge was
talking
yesterday.
I would think that the judge would lean to let it in though, because she's getting maxed. You know, it's everything. And the one way to introduce reversible error here is say, they didn't have an opportunity to do something.
And people, we're only like 3 minutes behind. No spoilers in chat, please. Let us catch up 3 minutes. So here we go. Let's bring it up and hear these Daubert hearings on the experts. Because like I said, he may
do
just
it 1 1/4 because this is gonna be boring. So just
I don't know. There hasn't been a lot of boring on here, but we'll try.
This is the
lovely. Oh, she's in red here. Her clothes are ill-fitting. 1, because she's kind of chonked out in jail, and 2, because she is wearing a stun girdle because she attacked her lawyer a couple of months ago. All right, here we go. Let's get it on.
22 CF 363, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. State appears by Deputy District Attorney Saunders.
I like this judge a lot. Let's do 1.25.
Schabusiness is here, and the District Attorney Mr. Calendar.
And this judge has some aversion to microphones.
Daubert type hearing this morning to address Dr. O'Donnell, who Mr. Freilich had submitted as a potential expert for the responsibility phase. So, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the defense does have Dr. Diane Litton, PhD, as an expert to testify in phase 2 of this trial, the NGI phase. I did confer and consult with Dr. James T. O'Donnell yesterday after court to further talk about his opinions in this matter. I've had a number of discussions with him. I know that he is a pharmacologist who has lots of experience and has testified as an expert in the field of pharmacology in the past. I shared with him some of the concerns that the court had with regards to the 4 points of his trial opinion that was discussed yesterday. The defense had retained him some time ago, and he did testify at a motion hearing, I believe, back in June on legal issues related to the statements and other issues of that sort. After further analysis, after further contemplation and discussion, the defense has decided to not call him in phase 2 of this proceeding based on the comments that the court made and some of the concerns that the court shared. We do not believe that it would be helpful at this point in time, and so we're going to not call him at this phase.
In other words, even
case.
we know our guy sucks.
Okay.
Yep.
And I respect that opinion, or that decision rather, Mr. Freilich. I want to indicate that I raised the concerns yesterday because I was very much interested in focusing any testimony at this hearing today on areas where I thought some testimony would need to be directed. I wasn't deciding what was going to happen at this hearing. So I just want to make clear, I didn't render a decision. That's why I'm here this morning, to listen to testimony. But I respect your decision.
Like literally the only person that would testify she's not crazy is a pharmacologist. And even they said, yeah, this guy's just, you know, lame.
Who has already testified in this case as well. So there's no need for a hearing on that.
Yeah, but now the judge is tap dancing. I didn't make a prospective ruling. He's worried about the appeal.
But a couple of things. First of all, does the state have anything you want to share on that, Mr. Saunders? No. Okay. A couple of things.
I like this judge a lot.
This morning, Mr. Freilich, about whether your client needed to be in street clothes or whether simply the jail scrubs was fine. Frankly, I think the answer probably is she could have been in jail scrubs because
She has been convicted.
that's the point of the proceeding we're at. On the other hand, I didn't care one way or the other. I'm sure security would have preferred it the other way, but I see that she's here in street clothes.
See, and the judge has been very, very accommodating. Like he's
Yes,
a very
sure.
kind judge.
All right, so that's been accomplished, and we'll do it that way. Then when the jury returns, I think all I would do is give them instruction 603. And I don't know if the parties have that in front of you. If you don't, I'll get you a copy of it. But 603, 603 has a few what I'll call options. The first option is if the first phase was resolved with a plea of guilty or no contest, add the following, and then was to insert the elements. That didn't occur in this case. So the only change I would suggest making to 603 is that the defendant has been found guilty of, and then list the offenses as I've done in these instructions so far, and then indicate we will now proceed with the second phase of the trial. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is now responsible by reason of mental disease or defect, and then continue to read that instruction. First of all, I saw when I mentioned about whether or not you had it in front of you, you nodded, Mr. Saunders, you have it in front of you.
No, I don't, but I reviewed it this morning.
Let me make, we can just make 2 copies. I'm
Well, then
assuming you
don't
have copies.
nod.
I've got it in my binder.
Then I'll make Mr. Saunders a copy.
Thank you, Judge.
Do they have other witnesses, or was it just that one they decided not to call?
I think it was just that one. That does not bode well. When you literally can't find this, you can't pay for a single expert to come and say she's had a rough childhood. It affected her. She's nuts, and she doesn't appreciate right or wrong.
So I'll start with you, Mr. Freilich, because you have it. You probably looked at it as I've been talking. Any objection to my
Wow.
sending out 603 out in that fashion?
Makes sense, Your Honor.
Mr. Saunders?
No objection.
Okay. So that's what I'll do. And then I guess the only other issue is the order of questioning. I know the burden of proof now shifts to the defense. Generally, the party with the burden of proof goes first, although this is kind of one of those cases where the state generally is perceived as going first. Mr. Saunders, preference?
No, I agree. I think the defense has the burden, so they would start open statements. We would
Oh, that's
respond, and then they would
interesting.
call witnesses.
Can you
Yeah,
pause it for a second,
That
or
makes
are
sense
you
as well.
probably-
Yeah.
Believe.
we're good. We can pause it.
I don't deal with that. So just as an attorney, this is fascinating to me. We don't have the burden shift mid trial, but they did the guilt phase. They found her guilty. Now the defense has to prove that she's got some legal incapacity. The burden is shifted, so now they have to go forward with the proof.
Yeah, and that's actually a surprise to me. I thought at least they would have to do a prima facie showing, the prosecution would, that she was sane, and leave it up to the defense to rebut that. But that's interesting.
Yeah, it really.
We'll
Okay,
say.
I nerded out for a minute.
At the end, at closing,
too.
then I would have the rebuttal. So
That
All
makes
right.
sense. So that's what we'll do. I'm going to keep you under the same time frames I had for openings and closings.
So it's 30 minutes each for openings
Guilt
he's
phase
giving
of
you.
trial. Okay, anything else to take up? I'll go briefly modify that jury instruction. Anything else to bring up, Mr. Saunders?
I don't know if the court also wants to read the opening statement instruction too after 603. I don't know if it's necessary or not, but
If they don't have any witnesses, and they have the burden.
That is not any objection to that, Mr. Frailer?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll get
That's
the
a tough go.
opening statement instruction.
Unless there's some
jury
other
instruction
witnesses that
guidance
weren't
is,
contested.
Pretty sparse as to what they suggest we read. So, and frankly, at the end as well, there's 605, but nonetheless, we'll talk about that later. I'll get the opening instruction, the opening statement instruction. I'll read 603 first, then I'll read the opening statement instruction, and we'll go from there. Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
no, thank you.
Mr. Frelick, anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, well, the jury will be in at 9:15, so we have a little bit of time, and we'll be back on the record at 9:15. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Recess.
9:15 for 30 minutes.
We punched
Well, I
it
guess
on
we
the
gotta
Gilbert
catch
hearing. Now that is whatever. This isn't like me, but that was just neat. I've never seen that. So, for instance, I do plaintiff's work, so I have the burden. It never shifts. Well, that's not quite true. Once in a while, a defendant will assert the civil equivalent of an affirmative defense. Yeah, which you have in the civil context. It's called the same thing. And they have the burden on that, but it doesn't we don't go to a new phase of trial and shift the burden. I always have the burden. Yeah. They just have to produce elements with specific to one defense that they're asserting. We've gone to a different phase where it literally they would go first because they have to do it. That's really interesting to me. If they don't have any witnesses or any evidence to offer, you can't just argue it. Yeah. If you have the burden, you have elements that you need to prove. Yeah. I'm sure they do have other witnesses because they talked about more than one person yesterday. So I guess it's just this one guy that's is a source of controversy and question, and they just voluntarily said, yeah, probably not the best guy for our case. We do have some time to kill. Any part of the testimony in particular you want to watch? Oh, good Lord. The other thing I thought was interesting is the judge is like, okay, so they had a prior motion hearing where that wasn't completed, and the judge is indicating I'm not buying this. Yeah. So when the defense steps up and says we're withdrawing this witness, we're not putting him on, the judge is falling all over himself. I'm not saying he did anything wrong, but the judge is like, whoa, I don't want the record to show that I made a prospective ruling. I would have listened to your argument. Yep. They're allowed to show what they think, or they're allowed to say things that imply that they're leaning one way or the other. That's one thing, but they're not allowed to make a prospective ruling. They're not allowed. Judges are universally not allowed to say next Tuesday I will rule this way. Yeah. Sure, you can bring it if you want, but I'll shoot it down. Go ahead, bring it. Issue a ruling, and until you issue a ruling, it's in the air. That's just a sort of basic premise of law. So he could see that appeal line coming down the road, and so that he's like, I just want to make sure I would have listened to you. And he's been very, very good about that. Yeah, I can tell. I mean, that's all I've seen, but I can tell he's a sharp guy. Yeah, he's probably. I don't know. Is there a best part of testimony that I need to know? Oh God, define best. Like best or best worst. But there's nothing fun. There's nothing funny about this. I mean, it's lawyer humor. Yeah, it's one of the things that's like so horrific you have to laugh at it. Otherwise, you'll just go into shock. But Kara says, "What's in the water in Wisconsin? They're giving Florida a run for its money." That's a good question. I mean, because Florida has given us Chandler Halderson, Ed Gein, Ted Bundy, not Ted Bundy. What the other guy, Dahmer. Do you think we're just seeing more of this like in Wisconsin and Florida because they are very, very open with cameras in the courtroom, or do you think it's just two special places? Yes, but you also have to consider the fact that Wisconsin is full of cheeseheads. Yeah, this sort of thing's going to happen. And descendants of Scandinavians that spend 6 months of the year in the dark. Oh, I love you, Wisconsin people. You're fine. It's It's all good.
Been there, done that. Says Law Talk with Mike could have fixed this woman. No, I don't even think Mike could fix this one. And if Mike can't do it, nobody can.
There's no fixing any of them, but certainly not this one.
And Steve Gosney in the chat. What's up, Steve Gosney? Wow. Shout out to Tankrat for donating 50 memberships. Exactly. Tankrat is the man. Cloak and Glomar says, hit the like button for not one, but two bearded lawyers. Two bearded, shirt unbuttoned, collared lawyers. So, yeah. There you go. You got one more undone.
It's the full-on midlife crisis stream.
Yeah,
there you go. You got
unbuttoned.
hairless and you got hair. It's all good.
Yeah, here you go. Gayest stream I've ever done. Let's see here. Shout out to Tankrat. We got that one. Hit the like button. And another one, Shelby Fogg. Another YouTube member. Thank you so much for joining. We have to be careful talking about members here on the channel for the next couple of days because we've had a lot of member talk. Nicholas Staros Trial Watch, please have the defense call the split personality psych. Please. Oh, Nathan C. Law Talk with Mike and Jeff in one stream. Better than a double rainbow. Of course it is. And Elsie Merritt just had a comment. Could the judge's pace setting and I mean be grounds for appeal? Just hypothetically, none. He hasn't set any deadlines and said, regardless, this is what we're doing. He's just set a very, very tight schedule, and he's not getting off track. So there's nothing that I could even conceive of as being unfair or not allowing one party to say everything they have to say. He's just say it in 30 minutes.
I can tell he's a sharp guy in just that brief bit that I saw. He's going to run a tight ship.
Oh, wow. Debbie JC, I was just getting to shift over to something else, and another one of these came in. Jeff, today is my 50th birthday. I'm sending my very first super chat and trying to come to terms with the fact that I'm 50. Oh, come on. If I could go back to under 50, I would not do it. Not at all.
Happy birthday, Dobby.
Yeah, seriously. Don't come to terms with it. Enjoy it. Embrace it. Just wait till the first AARP email comes, then then you have righteous anger. But we'll give you a bit of a cheers here with the Illich nice peated scotch here. We'll do that. Cheers to you and happy birthday. Happy 50th birthday. I remember Oh, that's so good. I remember when my father turned 50. I remember running up the stairs and going, ha ha, you're half a century old. Then when I hit 50, that shit wasn't funny anymore.
Yeah.
But now 50 is a great age. Mike will know in a few years when he gets there. And Rainman YYC, isn't there a potential appeal issue if all potential defense witnesses are struck by the court? This one wasn't struck. The defense withdrew it. She's entitled to a defense, no? Well, she's entitled to give her opinion on whether or not she's nuts.
Entitled to a defense doesn't mean you're entitled to do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah. And again, the judge didn't strike this expert. They said he or she is not really as expert as we thought. Let's just pretend we didn't ask to bring them up. And Cloak and Glomer again, Magic Law Mike and Vice's show. Yeah, well, I'll take second seat to Mike. He's the man. Wow, so we've got looks like we've got about 25 minutes to kill, so to speak.
You know I'm still coming to Korea, right?
Yes, you need to get here.
And if I don't get arrested, I think that trip will be a failure.
Well, you can always make the mad dash across into North Korea if you get really bored. This seems to be the rage. That seems to be all the rage these days. I mean, literally, is there any worse country to run into than North Korea? The soldier that ran into North Korea literally could have run into any other country on planet Earth, and he would have been in a better slot. Notice how we haven't heard from him. North Korea is like, he's like, all right, fine, he's here. And the U.S. government doesn't really care if you voluntarily run somewhere. They don't come looking for you.
That's assumption of the risk on that one.
Well, if you go to the State Department, the Korean embassy website, they have a big disclaimer page about North Korea. Don't go there.
Yeah.
I know you want to, but don't do it. There's a whole big, we don't have diplomatic relations. You don't have rights. We don't have an embassy. The best we can do is hopefully you can get to the Swiss embassy because they're our liaison. Please don't go to North Korea. So yeah, just don't do that.
Yeah.
The one chick, hey, one chick, what's up? Good morning from Atlanta, GA. Enjoying the stream, Jeff, and I recently stumbled across your channel, Mike, and subbed. Well, you did a good thing by subbing to Mike.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks you two for the great. I said Mike is my morning viewing because it makes me laugh. It puts me in a good mood, and I realize that I'm smarter than a lot of people out there. Mike's channel does wonders for your self-esteem. When you're feeling a little bit muddled, you're feeling like you're not on your game. Just watch Law Talk with Mike's channel, and you'll realize, hey, I'm actually smarter than most people out there. It's great for the ego. And Marv White ARP is dedicated to people over 50. However, there is no age requirement. Let's all join. Yeah. No. All right. Well, we are way past we're way past this time, so we need to do it.
Release the hose.
We got the dog cam.
Oh.
Strawberry's under the desk here licking my toes at the moment. So I'm not going to move Strawberry anytime soon. We'll just zoom in on Yoda. All right. And speaking of zooming in, we have Steve Gosney in chat. You two have not met, have you?
Hi, Steve.
Hello,
I don't know if we have. I think we have. I'm not sure. I know him.
It's all right. I'm actually, I can only be here for about 5 minutes for a smoking break. But I did want to stream snipe you here. And I was pulling my hair out a little bit, and my chats weren't getting recognized by the law rack. So I figured I'd better come on and make my
that
issues.
I
got problems with you peoples.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
No,
your
about
problem
the
with
burden
me,
of
Steve?
proof issue. I want to talk about the burden of proof issue, and then I
Please
got to
do.
go.
You got to take a down a button, my man.
He's just dropping in to tell us we're stupid. Go ahead.
Yes.
That's how it rolls around here.
Ideas and Answers in Law, page 26. All right, we need to talk about burden of proof.
Who wrote that book, Steve?
I don't know. This guy named Steve Gosney with
Must be
forward by
genius.
Andrew Bronca.
Yeah.
The case that you really need to look at if people are interested in this concept is Dixon v. U.S., which is 548 U.S. 1, 2006. But I will just talk about generally the affirmative defense. If you have an affirmative defense that negates an element of the crime, generally the elements of the crime, the burden is on the prosecution. And if it's a negation, then it's generally on the state. All right. Now, if there's additional proof that's required in order to prove up the defense, then the burden can shift to the defense. Okay, the party that has the control of the evidence and the additional requirements for evidence in order to prove up the affirmative defense. So, for example, in an insanity defense, that is outside. Those are elements that are outside the control of the state. Those are completely within the control of the defense, in that the defendant can remain silent. Right. Same thing with like a duress defense. A duress defense is generally proof is shifted to the defense, because in order to prove defense, that requires the defendant to say, I was under duress. It usually cannot be, it requires additional evidence by the state. Now, if you have an element, for example, like, and I talk about this issue in the first chapter of Ideas and Answers of Law, which is regarding the prescription drug affirmative defense. That is completely within the control of the state, because the defense is, I had a prescription for this drug. And so if there's a modicum of indica of prescription, like I have this doctor, or here's my prescription note, then the burden shifts back to the state to disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt, because there is some burden of production on the part of the defense, but the state has to prove the element that the drug was possessed illegally, meaning without a prescription, and they can falsify it by the production. So it's a very tricky issue about who bears the burden of proof. But in the insanity defense, generally the burden is on the state. Now on the defense. Now, I will say that there's been some statutory changes on that about what level of proof it requires, and this has gone back and forth. But it is a tricky issue. However, it's not unreasonable that the burden of proof be put on the defense.
Does the burden shift in a self-defense case?
Yeah, no, well, no. Well, again, it depends on your state and your statute. But see, a self-defense case, that negates an element of the crime and is completely within control of the state. Therefore, generally, the state must disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden remains with the state. That's what a lot of these stand your ground laws have done, is pulled back on the defense's burden to disprove that they were not acting in self-defense. Instead, it says, no, state, if you're alleging ag battery, for example, and there is a burden of production, there is evidence within the record that establishes that self-defense is at issue, then the state must disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. It's quite a complex issue, so it's not simple, but I was hearing a lot of like things were grinding on my ears and I had to jump on, and I've got to go in just a minute here. But
well, I'm sorry to offend your ear holes, as Steph the Ultra Nerd would say.
This is what happens when I actually try to talk about law.
Well, no. It's a criminal thing. Criminal law, there are things. It can be very simple in a lot of ways, but there are little rabbit holes, and you got to know where those rabbit holes are. And this is one of those little rabbit holes. And something that I've argued, Ideas and Answers of Law, which you can only get at stevegosney.com, is kind of a compendium of these type of rabbit holes that are very complex, that I've tried to come up with a solution and a framework for which to answer these common questions that come up occasionally, not often, but occasionally enough that you need to know them, right?
Well, all right. See, this is exactly what Mike talks about every day. When he says you might accidentally learn something about law.
I got to get going. I'm sorry. I just jumped in because I got a meeting coming up in 4 minutes.
Thank you, Steve.
All right,
we'll see you around lunch, I guess. Take care. I just love when people drop in to say, you're an idiot. This is what it really is. Okay, thanks.
Oh, shit. Law Talk with Mike is actually trying to talk about law. We need to make it stop.
Red flags. Oh, hell. I love Steve. Steve is a good man. All right, well, let's get a couple of the other super chats here out of the way, and let's go into some testimony that you might be horrified by. Let's see here. Here we are. Not any of you should business. It goes naughty 40s, filthy 50s. I guess that just means like sexy and satisfied 60s. I don't know. I'm looking forward to 60s. I'll have fun, guys. Thank you. KC Carey, good morning. Great viewing while working. Appreciate that. Probably talking about the dog, but I'll pretend you're talking about us. Biggin 2, what's up, Biggin? Good to see you here, brother. You've come home. You're nestled between Mike and great to see you here. And you have just joined the clean and sober crew. That doesn't sound like you, Biggin, but thank you for joining that level of membership anyway. Glad to have you here. Show him the interrogation. The audio was just so horrible. We're gonna go to the medical exam. That's where we'll go. The interrogation was pretty good, but the audio was typical like police department audio. Yeah. The guy that ran into North Korea with a K, and the guy that ran into North Carolina was a dirtbag. The guy that ran into North Korea was a dirtbag private second class, and he'd been in the Army long enough to at least be sniffing at sergeant, but he was still a private. He had a couple of other disciplinary matters, so he was basically a POS. Yeah, he was facing a bunch of charges, maybe time in Fort. Yeah, he was going to Leavenworth. He beat up someone in a club, a Korean in a club, because the Korean wouldn't share his drink with him. Then he beat up another Korean in a club at 9:45 in the morning. He beat up a guy partying at 9:45 in the morning because he wouldn't share his drink with him.
Okay, but one of the few places that tougher than Leavenworth on the planet would be North Korea.
Yeah, still. Leavenworth, North Korea. I know where I'm going because at least Leavenworth has an exit date.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, he's in North Korea for a very long time, and then he goes to Leavenworth. That's best case scenario for this guy. Mario, should business is crazy, but I can change her. Hey, Legal Vices, have you read the letter from Taylor's husband posted on Facebook? No. Someone, for the love of God, send that to me on Twitter. That would be interesting. Oh, there was it the one there's like, oh, I'll always be here for you, team should business, that thing. If it was the one, like if it was the one last year, yes, I have.
Good Lord. He's in jail.
Yeah, on something else, not
Have
related
they-
to this.
Have we heard from him since all this?
No.
He said,
No.
I'll always be there for you after all this stuff came out.
I'm not sure what the date was. It was right around the time. It was either like after he went in and before she went in, or shortly after she went in. I'm not sure, but it was this declaration of undying love. But apparently they're not married anymore. Apparently even he saw the writing on the wall. With the amount of sleep those pups do, I'm convinced they're trans cats. Hey, I chose English bulldogs because, hey, similar lifestyles. This is like me when I'm not here. And Flux. That's why soldiers used to have a curfew. Exactly, Flux. All right, folks, let's go back to the medical examiner. We've got about 15 minutes. We can get through some of this testimony and gear up because we're going back to medical examiner land for the next 15 minutes. The autopsy report. Ugh. Where are we here? There we are. Wait, what? What have I done? We don't want the window. There we go. That's what we want. All right, this is the medical examiner.
Exhibit 79 is a copy of my autopsy notes and diagrams
And this
that I
expert
generated on
this was the
case.
best
It includes head and neck diagrams.
one of that I've ever
includes
seen. The guy
diagrams of the
enunciates,
entire
he's
body
slow.
and diagrams
Talking,
of the
he uses
skeletal
words that
systems as
humans use. Great guy. Great testimony.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 79 and ask for permission to publish the diagrams.
Any objection?
No.
All right. It can be published to the jury. I'll receive it and it can be published to the jury.
And Judge, for the diagrams and the subsequent discussion, could the lights be dimmed as well?
Yeah, turn down the lights. Let's get a little romantic mood here before we show the autopsy diagrams.
Dr. Tranquita, is the screen now displaying what would be the first page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And can you note what's of importance from your medical perspective as to these
Talk about that in a
diagrams?
minute.
Of course. This is the front page of what's referred to as my autopsy notes. And this allows me a front and back view of the body to depict findings. Also, a spot at the top where I can enter the general demographic features. In other words, weight of the body as it's recovered, approximated age, frame, hair color, eye color, what's the state of the postmortem changes, such as rigor mortis or livor mortis. And then with the front and back diagrams, I'm able to show sort of general findings. In this case, because there were so many sharp force injuries and injuries of the head and neck, I saved them for separate diagrams. And this is more for general findings. The most relevant ones that I want to kind of emphasize on is there is marked congestion of the head and neck, but the rest of the body is relatively pale. There were some contusions or blunt force trauma injuries of the remainder of the body. There was a contusion on the upper aspect of the left side of the chest, a contusion on the upper aspect of the right side of the chest. There were abrasions of the right upper extremity. There was a contusion or bruise of the anterior aspect of the right knee, and there was a collapsed blister on the left heel. He also had a gray metal ring that was present on the little finger of the left hand.
All right, for those of you just coming
Doctor,
in,
on the
we're waiting
screen,
for
are
the
we
jury
now
to come in.
showing
We've got about
page
20
2 of
minutes left, or
Exhibit
15 minutes.
Yes,
What have
Your
I
Honor.
done? Okay, nothing.
And
Good.
specifically, I draw your attention to the top
12
right-hand
minutes
corner
left.
of that. There's a depiction or a drawing. What is that?
In the top right-hand drawing is a picture of the surface of the decedent's tongue. With my crude art skills, I apologize. But I'm depicting where the arc-like abrasions are present on the tongue, and that's at the tip, those linear interrupted abrasions. There was a contusion of the right side of the tip of the tongue, or bruise. And then on the back and middle aspect of the right side of the tongue, there were two
had ligature
parallel,
marks on his tongue.
very patterned, very regular indentation rows consistent with a potential ligature being pressed against the neck. Being pressed against the tongue.
Doctor, based on your prior experience with strangulation cases, is that something that is typically seen or ordinarily seen where there's a potential ligature strangulation that you may see ligature marks not only on the neck, but also on other parts of the body?
Yes, it occurs when the ligature shifts during the assault. If the ligature shifts, often the victim or the decedent will try to get their chin underneath the ligature. I can sometimes see injuries across the chin, across the lower lip, or inside the mouth as the ligature is shifting in position before it's placed again on the neck.
Doctor, you mentioned that you were present on scene and had the opportunity to observe two metal dog chains that were collected by law enforcement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you note any consistency between those chains that were collected and the marks that you observed on Shantarian's body?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
When I'm observing injuries or trying to interpret injuries, I'm looking for patterns. Anything that I can use to convey to an investigator, hey, you may want to look for this at the scene. In this case, we had very organized, repeating, interrupted indentations on the surface of the tongue, very evenly spaced apart. This would not be inconsistent with the pattern of a chain and the chain links as they twist, leaving separate corner impressions on the surface of the tongue.
Doctor, does the screen now depict the third page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And could you describe for the jury the significance of these particular diagrams?
Because there were so many findings, I separated out the head and neck diagrams to a separate diagram. This diagram depicts multiple different views of the decedent's head and neck. Similar to the photograph, we can see that there is congestion of the head above the level of decapitation. In other words, there's purplish discoloration or cyanosis or plethory of the upper aspect of the neck.
Business is 25 years old. 24 at the time of the murder.
Of the decedent's face,
She does look older.
Yeah.
is an abrasion.
She's 45 in meth age.
There are contusions at the left temple, just above the ear, and at the right temple, just above the ear as well, or bruises. Once I dissected down the neck, I found hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck on the left side and right side of the neck. I also found sharp force injuries of the outer aspect of the left eyebrow and outer aspect of the left upper eyelid, and then also on the left side of the tip of the nose. I believe that these are also post-mortem artifact because they're not hemorrhagic. There's no redness, there's no swelling. This is consistent with cutting a body that's already been dead. Across the neck, I am depicting the point of decapitation of the decedent. This was roughly at the level of cervical vertebra C5, C6. We have about 7 cervical vertebrae. So it's just above the base of the neck, where we have complete decapitation. In other words, it's going completely through the neck and the head is separate from the remainder of the body. There are also a number of sharp force injuries above and below the level of decapitation, consistent with multiple cuts attempted as the person is trying to get through the neck.
Now, Doctor, does the screen show what is page 4 of Exhibit 79?
Look at that.
Yes, it does.
I don't think I will ask you to describe every injury that's denoted on this particular diagram, as it would be here a while. But could you describe generally what is depicted in this diagram?
Of course. This is a front and back view of the decedent's body, where I'm attempting to show the points of dismemberment, as well as points of sharp force injury that are present. The contusions I've also included here to try to show where they are, or bruises and abrasions. But for the most part, I want to focus on the sharp force trauma. In particular, in this case, we have the head has been decapitated at the level of the lower neck. The back has been largely flayed and defleshed. In other words, the skin of the back has been removed. Also, the muscles of the back have been removed so that we have exposed rib cage and spine. The torso, so extending from about the neck to the groin, has been bisected or cut in half at the level of the lumbar vertebra or the vertebra of the lower spine, so that we have access to the inside of the torso, both the pelvis and the upper aspect of the chest and abdomen. We have attempted amputations at the level of the right shoulder and right elbow. We have numerous cuts and stab wounds of the extremities. When we get to the abdomen,
have you had breakfast yet, Mike?
Thighs, we have areas of skin removal.
I have.
Skin have been removed.
Good.
Where we get to the right thigh, all of the soft tissue has been removed. So we're down to the bone. In other words, all we have is exposed.
I agree with you. This guy's excellent.
When we get to the lower extremities, the left lower extremity has been amputated to the level of the knee. The kneecap or patella was recovered separately.
The judge, the attorney, and the one witness I've seen,
ankle,
top notch.
And the left foot
so
was
far
recovered from within the left chest cavity, placed within there.
Did you hear that?
At the right lower extremity, left chest amputation
listen
from
to
the
that.
knee to the level of the ankle.
Listen to this.
And the left foot was recovered from within the left chest cavity, placed within there.
She put the foot
At the right
in the
lower
chest
extremity,
cavity.
we have, again, the femur, which has been largely defleshed, but I was able to reapproximate the pieces of muscle and pieces of skin to recreate what was there. And then we had the right knee to the right foot still intact.
Doctor, based on your training and experience, what kind of amount of time would be necessary in order to create this sort of disruption to a body?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Validation.
Overruled. It is my medical opinion that this would be quite a few hours. We have decapitation, we have dismemberment, we have transection of the torso. Subsequently, internally, the body has been eviscerated. In other words, we have entered inside the body through various cuts, both at the abdomen and between the ribs, where the victim's organs have been removed, largely one by one. We have castration of the decedent. The decedent has been castrated as well.
Yeah.
We have cutting or sawing through chop mark injuries of the bones. It is my medical opinion that this would have taken quite a great deal of time.
Are you happy you came yet, Mike?
And Doctor, is the screen now depicting?
He is the perfect guy for this, though.
Page 5 of Exhibit 79.
He's amazing.
That's horrible
Perfect.
testimony, but
And what are
he's
you
still
attempting to
reasonable.
note here as opposed to on the previous exhibit?
It comes across.
Again, I don't want to overload one particular set of diagrams. So in this set of diagrams, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show the points of skeletal dismemberment. In other words, where on the skeletal system the body has been taken apart. So here I'm
Yeah,
illustrating.
she did
that
fall
the
asleep at a
neck
couple of
has
points in the
been,
trial here.
Severed at the level of C5, C6. I have that the torso has been severed at the level of about L3, L4 of the lumbar spine. I've shown that the pelvis has been cut right at the pubic bone and separated open. I've shown that there is attempted to sharp force trauma at the distal right arm or right humerus, and also at the proximal right forearm or right radius and ulna. I'm showing that we have amputations or severing of the left femur, both just proximal to the hip and at the distal left femur. I've shown that the left kneecap has been separated, and I've also shown that the left lower leg has also been separated at the distal tibia and fibula. At the right lower extremity, the right hip socket has been opened and separated. I have severing of the right lower extremity at the level of the knee, and the kneecap on the right side is received with the lower leg.
Doctor, you had mentioned attempted dismemberment or attempted amputation. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Of course. There are some areas where there are cuts through the muscle and cuts through the skin, but they do not completely transect the limb or extremity. So there's evidence of cutting deeply into these tissues in the postmortem state, but not complete transection, so they are still attached.
Well, we're coming close to the jury being, and that sort of gives you an idea of the horror of what this woman did.
I mean, what's wild? All right, did you get the sense that there was any attempt to cover up the crime? Like, the one rational thing I could say is, if you're cutting up a body because you think it's going to help you, I don't know, put it in a wood chipper or dissolve it with acid or something to cover evidence. While it's criminal as all get out, it's rational.
Well, she put the bits and pieces inside of plastic bags and scattered them around the basement. Put the torso with a foot in the chest inside of a large plastic tub. She put the head in the bucket and covered it with a towel. She took the foot and leg in a crockpot box in her van. And when the police asked her about that, her response to the police was she had planned to bring all of it to her house, but she kind of got lazy. And her quote was, "Oh, the head. I can't believe I forgot the head." I'm
willing. I'm willing to say, now I'm no expert on the topic and I don't know what they need to prove or how to do or whatever, but if they find that she's insane, I can't blame them.
It seems I don't think there's a chance.
I mean, I haven't done this, but I'm just listening to this thinking, bodies are put together pretty well. That'd be just what she's done was a hell of a lot of work.
Right. On
top of, like, of course, just the horror of the whole situation. That's the real problem. But take that aside. It's just a physical, like, it would be a ton to do.
Yeah. And with a bread knife.
And there's no aim. Once again, if you're trying to save your ass and not go to prison the rest of your life, and this is headed towards getting rid of evidence, while that may be bad, it's rational.
Yeah, and that's what they're going for. That's exactly what they're saying. She tried to do it, but she's got lazy. She was too high on the drugs and whatnot. Because she said she kept falling asleep while she was doing it too. But yeah, she was trying. She knew what she did was bad, and she couldn't believe she forgot the head. Yeah, she wanted to bring all the body parts to her apartment.
So nobody else was at the house while all this happened, right?
Yeah. The parents were upstairs. The kid's mother and her boyfriend were upstairs at some point. They didn't see him the whole day, so they're thinking this may have taken like the entirety of the day. So yeah, they may have been going about their day upstairs while their son was being butchered in the basement. Yeah. She went up a couple times to like ask for glasses and things like that. Yeah. Sorry, Jeff says, I'm sorry your head washes again, Sonia. Sorry, Jeff. iPhone corrected NK to NC. My bad. Oh, I bet now he wishes he would have run away to North Carolina. Mario sent it on Twitter. Give it a read on. I checked this out, and it appears to be from. I mean, this guy has great handwriting, like wildly girly handwriting. But we'll read that on the first break. Tank rat. Cuck cage needs to be applied to the doxing cucks they are. Yeah, we'll keep the cuck cage up there when they come back. And Hempland, Texas, you finally decided to pull the trigger and become a member. Well, thank you so much for that. Welcome, and thank you for being our newest member. You have joined the Fallen Angels level. That's what I call just like the crazy level. So thank you for joining the crazy level. Thank you so much, Hempland, Texas. Anything for Selena's. Mr. Shabusiness tried to say it's Shad's fault for giving her drugs. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll read that letter in its entirety during the first break. And Mavla, whenever I look at these diagrams of the injuries and then I look back at my block of kitchen knives, it's so hard to fathom she did it with only 6 of them. Mike and M says, Legal Advice's question is consent that was previously given foreclosed by unconsciousness. Yeah, I would like to hope, and again, Steve Ghazi will come in and correct me if I'm wrong, so I'm not going to say one way or another. I'm going to say consult with a lawyer in your local jurisdiction to answer that question. But I would like to think that if you pass out, consent automatically stops at that point. If not, that's what it should be. Any insight on that?
Well, yeah. I mean, you really can't give consent if you're
because consent needs to be maintained,
for instance, or if you're a minor or whatever, you don't have the capacity to give consent. So when you're unconscious, I would think you don't have the capacity to give consent. But I don't know. I'm just making this
and you can withdraw consent. So
yeah,
I would just I would assume that that's the case. Mrs. K. Griff, what if they find her insane at the time of the crime, but she isn't now? Well, that's what they did before. That's when if you go back in my my streams, we did the motions hearing where that was one of the deals. They argued that she was not competent to stand trial, and they had a big competency hearing. She may have been sane at the time, but now she's sane or not sane. That's what they did during the competency hearing. They found her competent to stand trial. If she's found not competent to stand trial before the trial, then they put her in a psychiatric ward, they give her treatment, and when she is competent to stand trial, then they put her on trial. But they found she was competent to stand trial now. So then they're just finding out if she was insane at the time it happened. So that's kind of the answer to that. Oh, the court is back. Perfect timing. The jury has come in. Let's bring this up.
Okay, sorry. So I told counsel it doesn't seem like there's a large issue, but I just want to make a record of incidental contact I had with the juror. I was entering the restroom, he was exiting the restroom, and there were reflexive warning comments. I then realized he was a juror. There wasn't any further contact. That was about 8:40 a.m., so I was admittedly a little surprised to see a juror here this early, but I just wanted to make a record of that.
Okay. Really, anything you wanted to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Saunders told me about this. I don't believe it's really an issue at all.
These types of things periodically happen, and usually it's incredibly innocuous. So you give the instruction to
the defense didn't move for a mistrial there? Surprise. The first time he hasn't moved for a mistrial.
See somebody you feel like you're compelled to say hi. In this case, Mr. Saunders, it seems like wasn't even aware that it was a juror, and it was not even expected.
That's literally the only thing he's got is hopefully to get a mistrial out of something.
Study their faces so you know what you're dealing with. I'm satisfied given what he's represented. There was no intent in what occurred.
And mind you, this is the judge that keeps yelling at everybody to talk into the microphone.
Appreciate you letting me know, Mr. Saunders. Anything else before we bring the jury?
No, thank you.
Mr. Fralick?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Very good. And we will bring the jury.
All right, jury coming in.
Yeah, but I get it because they're not using the microphone to boost volume, so he doesn't know in real time how it's coming through.
Well, and again, the microphones and the cameras are not for our benefit. They're for the jury and the judge and the lawyer's benefit. We're just lucky to be along for the ride. Waiting for the jury to come on in. Are we going to get them into the jury box without showing their goddamn faces on TV again? Law and Crime. And notice she has these weird expressions, like she's really constipated on her face all the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a good evening. This is the second phase of the trial. And I'm going to give you these instructions. The defendant has been found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. We will now proceed with the second phase of this trial. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. Before you may find the defendant is not responsible for the criminal conduct, the defendant must satisfy you to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the crime was committed, the defendant had a mental disease or defect, and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law. This issue will be presented to you in the form of two questions. First, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or defect? Second, as a result of the mental disease or defect, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law? You will be asked to answer the second question only if you answer the first question, yes. If you find the defendant is not responsible for the criminal conduct, the defendant will be committed to the custody of the Department of Health Services and will be placed in an appropriate institution unless the court determines that the defendant would not pose a danger to herself or to others if released under conditions ordered by the court.
Yeah, so right now those are her options: psych ward or prison. At this second phase of the trial is the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offense. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. And ladies and gentlemen, because this phase of the trial, the burden of proof shifts to the defense, the order of questioning and presentation will change, and Mr. Fralick will go first. Mr. Fralick, are you prepared to make your opening statement?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Very good. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Obviously no danger to anyone.
Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Mr. Lissay, Mr. Saunders, prosecutors for the state of Wisconsin. You're going to hear some testimony in this case from the defense expert, Dr. Diane Litton. She's from the Menasha area. She's a PhD. She's a forensic psychologist. You're going to hear testimony from the state doctors as well, Dr. Matthew Seipel and Dr. Christina Engine. The burden does shift to the defense in this particular case. We're in phase 2 now. and the burden shifts to the defense, to me, to ask you to consider whether the defendant, Taylor Denise SCHABUSINESS, is responsible or is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. And Wisconsin law, under Wisconsin statutes 971.15, does require the defense to satisfy you jurors to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of credible evidence that at the time the crimes were committed, which was February 22nd of 2022, that Taylor SCHABUSINESS had a mental disease or had a mental defect, and that as a result, she lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. So that's packed with a lot of information that you're going to have to consider. I did tell you yesterday that you're kind of like analysts. You're going to have to listen to the testimony, listen to the facts, assess the credibility of the witnesses, assess the information that you're receiving, and then you'll have to make some decisions and considerations on these important legal issues. The defense did retain Dr. Diane Litton. She interviewed Taylor SCHABUSINESS. We believe that the evidence will show that she did a thorough evaluation of Ms. SCHABUSINESS's mental status, that you will hear about Dr. Litton's extensive experience in the field of psychology. When you have experts, you kind of heard from other experts, and they have a resume or a CV. In the field, we say CV, curriculum vitae. It's a list of their experience in training and education. And you're going to hear that Dr. Litton has been a psychologist since 1993, that she has extensive experience, that she has approximately 3,000 hours of postdoctoral training, that she conducted hundreds of forensic evaluations and GI competency evaluations, things of that sort. You will hear testimony that she worked at Mendota Mental Health Institution here in Wisconsin, that she looked at many different evaluations performed on Taylor SCHABUSINESS, including from Dr. Tracy Lucetta, Dr. Matthew Seipel, Dr. Christina Engine, Dr. Deborah Collins. And you will hear that Dr. Litton, we believe she'll testify that she looked at a whole myriad of records, including
Dr. Lynch
jail
is
records,
the crazy
Bellin Health,
woman that
mental health
testified
records,
for
a
SCHABUSINESS
court order, an
on
order
the
for civil
competency hearing.
commitment.
She is a
mental
piece
health,
of work.
Order, in order to
She
take
has very,
psychotropic
very much a
medications,
Dr. Spiegel
basically a
vibes.
medication order. She will, I believe, testify that she reviewed Nicolay Psychiatric Center mental health records from Brown County. She will talk and testify about her contacts with Ms. SCHABUSINESS on the different occasions that she met with her. One being a situation where a chair was thrown by my client at her before I got involved in the case. She will testify that she did have another interview with her at the jail, and she asked me to sit in.
So mind you, they're
so you're going to hear about all of her
talking about
findings, her
witness that the
observations,
judge has already
and her
said he
opinions
doesn't
in this particular
believe
case.
what she's going to testify to.
We believe that she has extensive experience. She's been in this field for a very long time, and that you need to pay close attention to what she says and give her opinions strong consideration. Give it due weight. And we believe that her testimony will be that she's of the opinion that Taylor SCHABUSINESS does qualify for the NGI plea based on her diagnosis of a serious mental disorder. And that she has some other opinions, and she'll tell you about those when she testifies. you will hear, I believe, testimony from my client's father, Arturo Coronado. And I believe that he will come here. He's been summoned by the defense by subpoena to answer some questions about his daughter growing up, how she was, what kind of issues or problems did she have, what kind of mental health issues, and what he did to try and help her get
They
treatment.
hope he shows up. Their one witness in their case in chief didn't show up.
You will hear from Dr. Litton about my client's mother, that she lost her mother at a young age, and that was a pivotal event in her life. Dr. Litton will also provide some testimony about the fact that she believes there may have been a budding personality disorder, and that she saw a really disturbed teen when she assessed all of the school records. She looked at all the school records and did a table or a chart. She looked at the mental health history. She did a one-page chart on that.
Bye, Mike.
You know,
Come back soon.
the burden of proof in this case does rest with the defense on the NGI issue. I think that the testimony from all of these different professionals, these different doctors, these psychologists who talk about behavior and things of that sort,
Hey, Flash in the
you
chat.
can hear their
What's up, Flash?
testimony about all of the different problems, all of the different mental health issues, all of the different behavioral issues that Taylor Schabusiness had growing up as a kid, as a youth. She had a lot of obstacles that she had to face growing up. We believe Dr. Litton will also provide some testimony about my client's prior treatment
The boyfriend's
with
in jail. Husband's in
antipsychotic
jail.
medications. She will testify about my client going off these antipsychotic medications sometime after her inpatient treatment in 2021. And Dr. Litton will set up and provide the background history and information on Taylor Schabusiness's life and upbringing. So the defense does have the burden of proof on this issue of whether our client is responsible for these crimes. But we believe that the testimony and the evidence will show that at the time of the offense that she did have a mental disease or defect. We believe that the information and the testimony will show and hopefully lead to you to conclude that she lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. And what I ask is that you just sit back, carefully listen to what these experts have to say, and then render a fair and just result. Thank you.
Okay, that was shortened to the point. But again, what's he got to do? We're going to call these witnesses. One of which, the witness that the main witness he's going to call is the one that the judge has already said he doesn't believe. So,
and I
guess
said in
hopefully the
opening
jury
on
believes him.
Monday that
resting
this case is
murderer
about
face.
choices and responsibility. This is what we're referring to, right? The responsibility phase is what we're here for now. Essentially, you're being asked, what was the defendant's mental state at the time of the offenses for which she's convicted, and whether she should be responsible for that. Let's address the obvious. What Ms. Schabusiness did to Shad is disturbing. It's conduct we don't see often. It's conduct that you may hear about and think, my gosh, that person must not have been in their right mind when that happened. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you otherwise. But you've already carefully listened to the evidence and followed the law that the judge gave you. And you'll do so going forward as well. Because you will be told what a mental disease or defect is and what it is not. A mental disease is not antisocial conduct.
Yes, that's
It's
Dr.
not
Lincoln.
conduct brought about by use of a controlled substance.
That's her.
A temporary mental state caused by a controlled substance. A person is not mentally ill just because they commit something that's unnatural, that's so enormous, that just is beyond comprehension, right? You'll be instructed that those are not mental diseases or defects. So as disturbing as the conduct you already heard about is, and may be, that's not where the analysis ends. You'll hear from several experts. Defense already went over Dr. Litton and her qualifications and how she supports Ms. Schabusiness's NGI plea. But you'll also hear some issues with Dr. Litton's methodology, her analysis, and ultimately her conclusions.
That's my argument. Yeah.
The state will call several psychologists of its own, both of whom were actually court appointed, not by either party, by the court, when they did their analysis and meetings with Ms. Schabusiness. Dr. Matthew Seipel will talk about
Mike's gone, but don't defect anyway. Come on, Sharon, stick with us. I'm much more
Litton's
entertaining than
methodology
Emily.
and her conclusions.
Emily doesn't
testify
need
about
you.
those.
I need you. I need you. Sharon.
You'll also hear from the court-appointed expert, Dr. Christina Engman. Again, came here on a court order, not retained by either side. And she'll tell you that she does not believe Ms. Schabusiness is suffering from a mental disease or defect, or that she was unable or lacked substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of law or appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct. Okay? So you'll hear from a variety of witnesses, some of whom are experts, some of whom are lay witnesses or civilians. You'll hear about, and you've already heard about, confounding all of this is the defendant's drug use immediately before the offense. We've all heard about that. Defendants admitting that and acknowledging that. You'll hear about how methamphetamine has those effects, has effects of psychosis, that has that result in people. And again, it's not a mental disease or defect if you're using controlled substances and it causes that result. So you'll hear from these experts and witnesses, but ultimately, in our state, whether somebody is suffering from a mental disease or defect is a jury determination. It's up to you based on the facts and opinions that you hear. Certainly the opinions of the experts will be valuable for you, but you've already heard all the evidence. You know more about this case than any of these experts likely do. You heard testimony about Ms. Schabusiness's mental state both before and after, in close proximity to the offenses that she's convicted of. You've heard her friends, her roommate, officers who had contact with her, Mr. Hendricks, Ms. Pakinich, describe their interactions in close proximity to this offense and reported nothing out of the ordinary, some of whom are her friends who've known her for quite a while. Mr. Gannon, Mr. Tomes, you've already heard about their observations of the defendant. But more importantly, you saw the defendant's own words. Hours after all of these offenses occurred, really close proximity, you saw her be able to recall, be able to talk about it, and more importantly, you saw her mannerisms, how she was talking about it. Did not appear anyone was suffering under some manic episode. She's calmly talking about it with officers, providing information that is consistent with everything they're seeing. What does that indicate? She's aware of what's going on. She remembers everything. This isn't somebody who is not appreciating what happened. So that's why we call all these experts, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's a jury determination. It's a factual issue for you. And the state believes that when you hear all that evidence and consider the evidence you heard in the first phase, that you'll find the defendant has failed to meet her burden, that she should be held responsible for the conduct that she's convicted of and what she did to Shad. Thank you.
All right, that was short and to the point too. She knew what she did. She appreciated what she was doing was wrong, and that's it.
Okay, Mr. Fralick, are you prepared to call your first witness?
I need to confer with Lieutenant.
What?
Oh, yes. My witness is on his way up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Witness will be here in a minute. Crew Kid 52 says, wish Dr. Curry was testifying. We all wish Dr. Mommy was testifying. And Law Talk with Mike. I didn't rage quit. Thanks for having me on. We're glad you're here, Mike. You always make it a little bit better. Just when we think it can't get any worse, Law Talk with Mike comes on, and it doesn't get worse. What? All right. Is it that funny, Taylor? Really?
They'll give you those right there. They want their notepads back.
Give the jury the notepads. Wow. So he's dispassionate. I'm talking about the defense guy. He just seems like he's just worn out. He's just worn down. He's just, all right, I got I'm just total chill. We're just gonna do this. And like I already made it. I'm pretty sure nobody knows who I'm talking about. But there's this really bad cook on YouTube, Jack Scalfano. Is like Cooking with Jack. He reminds me so much of this guy. I mean, looks like him. Plus, he's just like, yeah, okay, this is what we're gonna do, and then we're gonna go over here and we do this. He's got zero energy. There's zero emotion. He's just, the guy's had it. I think. I don't know.
Okay.
And so, who are they gonna have testify for her? The two main ones are the woman who did the competency hearing, the one who seemed to be just as crazy as she was. I mean, she was a weird old baddie chick, and she had those Dr. Spiegel vibes from the Johnny Depp trial. She had the wild eyes, the crazy eyes. She was saying weird shit and just believing everything that Taylor Schabusiness fed her. That woman who the judge already ruled that he didn't believe a thing she was saying. That's why she's here right now. That's why she sat for trial, because the judge did not believe the defense's expert. They're calling the defense's expert that the judge has already disbelieved and hoping that the jury will believe her. I mean, that's not very good. Plus, her father is going to come maybe to testify. He essentially said, we don't know. He's been subpoenaed. We don't know if he's going to show up. So her own father may not want to be here. The main witness, the only witness essentially they had during their case in chief for the defense, he didn't show up. He was under the, he was under the state subpoena, but he didn't show up for the defense. He basically said, F that shit, I'm out of here. I'm not coming to trial. He has a mysterious illness that keeps him unable to testify for a couple of weeks. So nobody wants to testify for her other than this old baddie chick that we think are nuts. How bad can this get? State prisons have psych wards. Life without and welcome to new home. Well, see, if she goes to into psychiatric treatment for the rest of her life, that'll. I mean, essentially, a lot of people will say that's worse than going to prison because you never come out of there. And as Nate, the lawyer, mentioned yesterday, nobody in New York State history has gone into psychiatric treatment from being found not guilty by reason of insanity and left. Nobody, he said. We're waiting for the defense's witness to show up. That's what we're waiting for. And currently we have, how many people do we have here? We've got 1,500 people here watching and 1,000 likes, 1,050 likes. That is so awesome. Please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. We're pushing our way up.
Okay.
Oh,
Sir, if you could just,
this is the father. Her father is in jail. Oh my God. All right.
Raise your right hand.
I thought it was just her husband in jail. Her father's in jail too? Holy shit. This is her father.
Have a seat and state your name for the record.
Arturo Coronado.
Okay, Mr. Fairlink, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Coronado, good morning.
Wow.
Good morning. Sir, how old are you?
51.
What is your date of birth?
5/24/72.
Are you currently married, sir?
I am not.
You are living in Green Bay, correct?
He's living in Green Bay. He's in prison in Green Bay. He's not living there.
Your daughter is Taylor Denise Schabusiness. Is that fair?
She is.
Who is her mother?
Marla.
Okay. And you were married to Marla for a while, sir?
Of course.
How many years was it?
We were married about 10, together about 15, 16.
Did you live together in Wisconsin or some other
Illinois.
state? Illinois?
Illinois and Wisconsin.
Wow.
And where was your daughter, Taylor Schabusiness, born?
In Evanston, Illinois.
Okay. Does Taylor have a sister or brother?
She has a brother that passed away last year.
Okay. What was his name?
AJ, Arturo Drep.
Okay.
JREP.
And
yeah, Taylor Schabusiness' brother died last
July 1st.
About a year ago, yeah.
Last year. Motorcycle accident.
Last year. Oh, it was I didn't know it was a motorcycle accident. All right.
When you were living in Illinois with your daughter, Taylor SCHABUSINESS, was she ever brought to a hospital at all?
No.
Okay. Did she ever receive any mental health treatment when you lived in Illinois?
No.
Okay. Did something happen to Taylor's mother at some point?
She passed away.
Okay.
She passed away May 20th, 2009, in her sleep.
Okay.
Wow.
Did that take a toll on your daughter, Taylor?
Well, of course.
Can you tell me a little bit,
Took a
sir?
toll on my son as well and me.
Okay. Took a toll on everybody, correct?
But yeah.
And when her mother passed away in May of 2009, how old was Taylor?
11, probably 11 and a half.
Okay.
Mm.
My son and daughter were, about 9 and a half, 11 and a half years old.
Okay. Did Taylor go to school that day that her mother passed away?
I tried to get him to go to school, but they knew something was going on.
Okay.
They came back.
Can you describe a little bit how the death of Taylor's mother took a toll on her or impacted her? Can you give me a little bit of commentary on that?
They were pretty young. I mean, obviously,
Of course he does.
her mom's not around anymore. And, Marla was ill. So just, I guess they kind of knew what was going on, but it was unexpected. We watched the movie the night before and fell asleep, and I woke up and my wife was already cold, already passed.
You found her?
She's laying next to me.
Okay. And what about the kids?
no.
What about Taylor? Did she see her mom in that state?
They did not see. No, I did not allow that.
Okay. But were the kids in the house?
They were upstairs in their bedrooms.
Okay. After that occurred, did you see any changes in Taylor's behavior, first of all?
She's a little rambunctious. Nothing. I mean, she played volleyball. She had a good amount of friends she hung out with. She was a normal kid.
Rambunctious?
Did things change at all for her?
I wouldn't say too much. She got in trouble a little bit at school, but I don't know, something with a band instrument.
What happened with that?
She just took somebody's band instrument
and killed them with it.
Then returned it, but nothing major.
Okay. When did you come to Green Bay? What year? Do you know?
2000. I started working here in 2007.
2007. Where did you work at?
I worked for Verizon.
Okay.
Before it was GTE, then turned into Verizon.
Okay.
18 years.
Right. And when you came to Green Bay, did Taylor go to school here then?
She's still rambunctious.
Where did she go to school?
She went through the Howard Somical School District.
Yeah, literally,
And
this
did
is
she
the
go to
last time she's
Bayport
going
High
to see
School
her
as well?
father forever.
Yes, sir.
Did you get information that she was having issues at school?
Well, yeah.
What can you tell me?
From what I can recall, just normal. Just kind of acting out, I guess. Just there's a couple of little instances that happened in high school, but it's kind of why I yanked her out of there and sent her to Texas so she could graduate and kind of get away from the issues that were going on here.
She went to Texas to live with her grandparents?
Correct.
When was that, do you know?
2017, I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay. How old was she in 2017? Do you know?
She was 16 and a half.
I don't know. But
16, 17. How long did she live with her grandparents then in Texas?
About a year, a little over a year until she graduated. Maybe 2 years. About a year, maybe a year and a half.
Was that Cotulla, Texas?
That's
Cthulhu,
correct.
Texas. Sweet. We love Cthulhu here in my house. She lived in Cthulhu,
Was there
Texas.
a point
That
where
explains
she
it.
got pregnant?
She joined the cult of Cthulhu.
Well, about a year and a half ago, maybe.
Okay. And she had a baby, correct?
Yes, she did.
And the baby is currently living in Texas with the grandparents, correct?
Yeah, how is that relevant to anything here? Why do we need to talk about him?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So before the baby was born, was she placed at Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Before the baby was born?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Okay. Did you see her at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Oh,
She was
yeah,
there?
I'm sorry. It's just so much going on.
It's through Bronco.
Yeah,
That's funny.
I went to take her there myself, actually.
Okay. Why did you take her there?
She just wasn't in the right state of mind.
Was she suicidal?
Probably.
Was she psychotic?
I guess.
Objection. I don't think this witness has the ability to answer that question.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. All right. Was she
Was she nuts? Was she batshit crazy?
experiencing like
Was she
hallucinations?
crazy?
She
Was she
wasn't.
muy
She was not
loco?
in the right state of mind at all. So I feared that she would hurt herself. So that's why I took her. We both agreed. We both went there together and tried to get help, and then ended up releasing her, and she came home, and that was about it.
Okay. Was she prescribed some medications and things like that?
She was at that evening, no, but yeah, she has been on some medications that she never liked taking those pills. I mean, they kind of
She
messed
just
her
likes
up even
taking
worse.
every other
Did they
pill.
cause her to hallucinate or cause her to have
I think it
problems?
all started with a Seroquel that was taken, back. I don't understand too much about those prescription drugs, but they never agreed with her at all.
Okay. And do you know the other medications that she was asked to take?
ADHD, Adderall, I believe.
Anything about Haldol?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I know she was prescribed some stuff, but I don't know the names.
Okay. Did you talk to some of the doctors or psychiatrists at the Nicolay Psychiatric Facility?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this witness can offer his observations and the facts that he's aware of from what he observed of Ms. Schabusines with respect to what he learned from doctors about her mental health conditions. We have professionals who are going to answer questions based on the records.
Oh,
those
God.
people are better equipped to answer those questions. The information he
God.
received from doctors is
I
hearsay.
hope not.
It's
is.
not hearsay. I didn't ask what they said. I just asked if you talked to the doctors, Your Honor.
Sure. So the question that's pending isn't asking for hearsay. I think the objection was made because it sounds like that's where we're headed. So he can answer the question that was just asked. And then I'll just indicate, Mr. Freilich, that objection is probably coming if you go the next step. But the question that's pending can be answered. So I think the question was, did you talk to anybody at Nicolay?
I did.
Ask another question. Mr.
Okay.
Freilich.
Did Taylor live with you in Green Bay for a while?
For a little bit, yeah.
Was that in 2021 or what year was it?
I believe so, yeah. But again, speaking to them and, her being an adult, they really, even being a father, weren't allowed to disclose anything.
Right. Sure. When she lived with you, sir, what address did she live with you at?
1130 Moraine Way.
And how long did she live with you?
Just a few months.
Did it ever come to a point where you didn't want her to stay there anymore because her behaviors were getting worse or her mental status was getting worse?
No, I love my daughter, so I'll do whatever it takes to help her out.
Did you ever review any of her records at all?
Objection. I don't think he can testify to the content of, again, I think it's the same objection. He can answer whether he reviewed them. He can't answer anything about the content of the record.
Your Honor, the state, what they're trying to do is they're trying to anticipate an objection. They know this one is not an objectionable one, in my opinion. And any good parent, when you go to the doctor, you're going to talk with the physician or the psychologist or whoever it is about the status of your child. So I'm just asking that.
It's not like I didn't try. I tried talking to her.
Wait. So I'm going to overrule the objection at this point.
What is that? Gang, gang.
Question.
Shabiz is going to gang, gang sign.
Mr. Freilich, why don't you ask it again so that witness has it in his mind?
Okay, Your Honor. I kind of forgot. So hopefully
Did you review some of the records of your daughter? Did you review any of the records?
Like at the facility?
Yes.
This guy's not helping.
Again, she was an adult at the time, and I can't, you know. Yeah,
The
she
answer
was.
was no,
She was.
Mr.
Yeah.
Okay. When she was living at your house, sir, on Moraine Way, was she ever experiencing any hallucinations or anything like that?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Just know that she wasn't in the right frame of mind. You know, kind of see things. She'd like to walk around, and we take a walk, cemetery, just right down the street. But she just needed, just to kind of get out and walk around, and I guess ease her mind.
Did you have concerns about her from a physical or mental standpoint?
Always.
Okay.
Always.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further. I appreciate that.
Do you have any cross-examination?
Just briefly,
What are you in
Mr.
jail
Coronado, were you aware of whether or not your daughter was employed during the time that she was residing with you on Moraine Way?
She was not at the time. At that, no.
Do you know anything about her employment history as an adult?
Sure.
And had she held jobs in the past?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Do you know where she worked?
She worked for Saputo. She worked a couple of years. Saputo, 3.5 years probably.
And is that relatively recently? Prior to her arrest, of course.
Yeah, right. Prior to.
Yeah, and
she was doing really well there too until her boyfriend / husband got out of jail. That turned everything upside down.
Yeah, in part because of the methamphetamine use, right?
Yep.
So Taylor was doing pretty well, and then she started using the drugs.
Yeah, she's not crazy.
pretty
She's a
bad
drug
drug
addict.
Anything?
That's the argument there.
On that, Mr. Freilich?
What was the drug?
Meth, heroin, whatever else. I don't know.
Marijuana?
And I don't know. The kid was already doing that shit before, and just a fucking loser. And he got my daughter involved in that shit.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Nothing else.
Anything on that?
Oh, wow. All right. Okay, that didn't help much. I don't know how that helped the defense. Proved that she was insane at the time the murders were committed.
Next witness, Mr. Freilich.
I call Dr. Diane Litton, PhD, Your Honor.
All right, here goes Dr. Cray. Dr. Crazy coming in. This is the Taylor Shabusiness version of Dr. Spiegel from the Johnny Depp trial. If you have to keep saying she's PhD, that's a problem. Yeah, apparently he did essay a child. Yeah, he just got into prison just the other day, like just now. Oh God, they should have mentioned that. Oh well.
Okay, doctor, if you want to just step right up over here. Right up over here.
This chick is nutty as a fucking fruitcake. She literally is the Shabusiness version of Dr. Spiegel from the Johnny, the guy. She's weird as hell. Kelly R says state prisons have psych wards. Life without welcome to the new home. We read that. We gave you a 2 for why not. And Mara, but we did this one too. He's so awful. One of the worst lawyers I've ever seen. Holy crap! He should be sued. He's good at doing what he has to do. He's good at connecting the dots. He's just a shitty cross-examiner. He's shitty at talking. He's a bad talker.
Diane Litton.
Speaking of bad talkers, let's watch Cray Cray Chick talk about how someone else is Cray Cray.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
State your name for the record again.
Diane Litton.
Can you spell that?
Lytton.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an independent forensic psychologist.
Where is your office?
In Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Oshkosh, Bagosh.
And are you a PhD?
I am.
Does that make you a licensed psychologist?
Well, I earned the PhD first and then became a licensed psychologist.
Okay. Could you briefly provide me with your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD doctoral degree. All three are in the field of psychology.
How long have you been a licensed psychologist?
June 1993.
Okay, everyone, take a drink every time she says PhD.
Did you work for UW-Madison?
I was during my PhD program
at
UW-Madison. I was during the graduate program. I was what's called a research assistant.
That's
for
empty,
the professors, for my professor. So that was my work when I was getting my PhD.
Okay.
For Christ's sake!
Initially, when you got your PhD, where did you work?
I worked for the University of Wisconsin initially in an administrative internship through University of Wisconsin system. I did that for a year, and then I became a research scientist at UW-Madison.
Did you work at Mendota Mental Health Institute?
I did.
Could you tell me a little bit about that?
After taking off about 5 years for family matters, I then retrained to become a clinical licensed psychologist. And that took me 3,000 hours at Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison. And then they hired me as a staff psychologist. And I was at Mendota for about 7 years, 1991 until 1997, when I became independent forensic psychologist. And I was a therapist too for some years too.
Okay. As a psychologist, do you conduct NGI evaluations, competency evaluations?
NGI is not guilty by reason of
psychological
insanity.
evaluations?
Yes.
What kind of patients did you treat as a forensic psychologist?
A variety. The ones inpatient at Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison, we used to have what called the adult and teenage and child, not forensic units, but child units. For a while I was on a juvenile adolescent unit, and then I worked for a couple years on what's called the civil unit, adults. They're no longer at Mendota now, but then the last part of that 7 years, I was in the forensic units, people who were committed under the insanity, NGI. And then also, so most of the patients I dealt with had been found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the other patients were there for competency to proceed to trial evaluation.
Any
So
psychologist that calls himself doctor,
Did you also
any
deal
lawyer
with
that calls
guardianships?
himself esquire. is
not
by
it.
definition
Well,
whack.
peripherally when I worked at Mendota, but since being privately employed, I do numerous guardianship evaluations for Outagamie County.
Had you also been involved in doing sex offender evaluations as well?
Yes.
Did you evaluate
Now,
the defendant's father?
you have a curriculum vitae, correct?
Yeah, very small one. Yeah. Resume.
And you did provide that to me, is that fair?
Yes.
So just to clarify, we're starting over with numbers. This is exhibit 1.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, can I have permission to approach?
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Litton, I'll show you what's about to.
Yes,
Can you tell me what that is?
that's my brief resume.
And does your resume or curriculum vitae contain information about your educational background?
Yes,
Does it contain information about other patients or cases you've worked on?
well, it summarizes my jobs over since 1975. So, yeah.
Okay.
And the type of cases that I do.
Oh, dear
for the
God,
last
please don't go through all of your jobs since
32 years?
1975.
And your license is still in effect, correct?
Yes.
Is everything in that curriculum vitae exhibit 1 true and accurate as of today?
Well, except I wasn't able to do the online renewal of my American Psychological Association membership. I found that out this year, so I had to call them up and do that. So that's the only thing. As far as I know, that's the only thing that's not accurate.
But you're licensed in the state of Wisconsin.
Correct.
Offer exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No.
1 will be received.
Thank you. Now, were you provided with some
Exactly.
brief
See, let's
background
go, Brandon's
information about
got
this
it.
case?
Yes.
If it's more than a page,
And were you provided information from prior counsel and from me?
Yes.
What kinds of information did you review in this case?
It was voluminous, and I asked for more information too. The records, though, discovery included the criminal complaints for the offense, prior offenses from 2020. That's the police records and the formal criminal complaint. And then inpatient, a 21-day inpatient psychiatric hospitalization at Nicolay.
Can I stop you right there? Did you receive those documents?
Yes.
Did you receive the order for civil commitment?
Yes.
Did you receive an order for psychotropic medications for Taylor Schabuzis?
Yes.
And you looked at those legal documents?
Yes.
What year was that? Do you know?
Which year?
When those orders were entered, the civil commitment order?
2021, I believe, for 6-month order for civil commitment and the order to treat.
drink every time she says shockingly. Ugh. In the rare minute we have here, Bad Weather Biker says, I want to get to know the court clerk mommy.
Your Honor, can I approach?
You may.
Don't approach her. She's dangerous.
First, could you identify what exhibit 2 is?
2 is a state of Wisconsin, Brown County order of commitment.
Is that for Taylor Schabuzis?
Yes.
And exhibit 3?
She's been.
That is a state of Wisconsin, Brown County order for involuntary medication and treatment.
Is that for
Forced
Taylor
drugs.
Schabuzis?
Yes.
Is that
Committed
from
and forced drugs.
2021?
Yes.
This is just gin, by the way. I'm
Do
not
those
even pretending
documents
anymore.
indicate that she was mentally ill at that time?
Yes.
And that she was court ordered to take some medications?
Exactly.
Are those documents that you reviewed as part of your evaluation in this case?
Yes.
Offer exhibits 2 and 3.
Any objection?
No.
2 and 3 will be received.
So, Dr. Litton, you can carry on. What other documents or things did you look at as part of your evaluation?
I reviewed the other evaluators in this case, their reports.
Snoop to the double
And
G,
then
double G.
2 inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations from Bellin here in Green Bay. I reviewed voluminous school records, which I don't often get in these cases. But the school records for Ms. SCHABUSINESS covered kindergarten through 11th grade and all the behavior incidences. So I think that's about it. And then the Prevea, we've asked for those records, but they haven't been received yet.
Did you review Nicolay Psychiatric Center records from through Brown County?
Yes.
Did you review the report from Dr. Christina Engine?
Yes.
Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
Yes.
Dr. Matthew T. Seipel?
Yes.
Dr. Deborah Collins?
Yes.
Those are all psychologists, correct?
Yes, they are.
Did you also review the criminal complaints and police reports and other case materials?
Yes.
Were you able to, well, before I get into that, did you prepare two tables, so
I
to
did.
speak? Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the tables are?
The simpler table, one page, is Ms. SCHABUSINESS's mental health history with just the names of the records, the date of the treatment, if it was known, her age at the time, and then the diagnosis, medications, and the conditions. So that was the one page. And then the other one was prepared by her school, and it reflects 6th grade through 11th grade.
Oh God,
but
why
this
can't
is
we
just
put
the
real life
table
on 2.0
that the
speed?
school had prepared. I had also, though, reviewed her kindergarten through 5th grade. So this table is 6th grade through 11th, but I also reviewed kindergarten through 5th grade too.
Okay. And you brought these tables here and provided them to me, correct?
Yes.
And they've been provided to the state?
I guess. I don't know. Were they provided to the state?
Yes, they were.
Okay, yes, yes.
Your Honor?
Yeah, you told me that.
Thank you. Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Exhibit 4 is being presented to you. Exhibit 5 is being presented to you. Could you comment on Exhibit 4 first, please?
Exhibit 4 is a one-page table, Taylor SCHABUSINESS mental health history, with the record the information came from, the date, if it's known, of inpatient or jail records, her approximate ages, and then the conditions during that either psychiatric treatment or in jail, the conditions, if they did make any diagnosis of her, and then medications, if there were medications prescribed. So that's what Exhibit 4 is.
Could you take me through that in a little bit more detail as to the treatments she received and the medications?
Yes. And from the age of about 7 through 14, she was treated, and again, I can't remember how the Prevea, here in Green Bay or this area, probably outpatient, so ages about 7 to 14, and we know the 14 is definite. She was seen for, and she was under psychiatric care, and I believe therapy, counseling, for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, and she was begun on Zoloft, an antidepressant, 2 to 3 weeks when she was 14 before the admission to Bellin. So that's on the next line. Bellin Health Psychiatric Center Adolescent Unit. She was there for 3 days, 2012, age 14. From the medical records, the conditions that they saw, the psychiatrists, the mental health people at Bellin, a thought disturbance, hallucinations, delusions, suicidal, depression. She was initially diagnosed with bipolar 1, depression, severe, with psychosis. She was put on an antipsychotic medication, Seroquel, and they discontinued the Zoloft that she had been taking 2 to 3 weeks before the admission. And the reason they discontinued the antidepressant medication is sometimes it can trigger worse symptoms in a person with bipolar. When she was discharged after the 3 days, no longer suicidal, she was then diagnosed with a mood disorder, not otherwise specified, without psychosis, but still the psychiatrist noted there was still some paranoia. You want me to just continue?
Sure.
Okay. The next admission, psychiatric, was to the same facility, Bellin Health Psychiatric Center Adolescent Unit, inpatient. That was for 3 days, 2 years later, in 2014. She was diagnosed with a mood disorder with prior history of psychosis. She had a history of diagnosis of mood disorder, suicidal, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, history of hypomania, and marijuana use daily.
Reefer
she was prescribed
blame it on reefer
medications to treat some medications, lithobid. They're to manage bipolar disorder. She was prescribed Abilify, which is an antipsychotic medication, and they stopped the Seroquel that she had been on since the age of 14. The next is St. Mary's emergency room. She was there for just a brief visit, the ER, March 22nd, 2021. She was 23 years old. She was observed to have hallucinations, paranoia, delusions, and she was using, or she had a history, but I think she was using at that time, marijuana, methamphetamine. Okay, so that was 1 day at the ER. Then, and I believe, if I have this right, I believe she was in jail for 2020 offenses, and I believe she went to the emergency room in 2021 from the jail because of the psychosis. Okay, then we have the Nicolay Psychiatric Center inpatient from March 22nd, 2021 until April 12th, 2021. At that time, she had a 6-month civil commitment with an order to treat, which was what those exhibits 2 and 4 were, I think. Okay, this was 2021 for 21 days. The records indicate bipolar disorder, substance use, hallucinations, delusional, paranoia. She was initially on Abilify.
I don't know what that is.
She had been prescribed since age 16. And again, she was
So
23
basically, she's done all the drugs
during the 21
since she was a
day
teenager. All the
at
drugs.
23 years old during the 21 days at Nicolay. So they kept her on, I believe they kept her on Abilify, an antipsychotic medication, but then put her on an injected to make it easier. So you get the injections of an antipsychotic, Aristada, I think Aristada, I can't pronounce it, Aristada. They put her on that, so hoping that she'd be more compliant, easier. You go to the psychiatrist, get a shot. I don't remember if it's once a week. Some of them last a month, so I'm not sure about that one. And I think I said she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, substance use, had hallucinations, delusional paranoia.
I'm
The
having
last
delusional paranoid
records
hallucinations just because of her testimony.
were the
Jesus, move it
jail,
along.
Brown County Jail mental health records. That was from a stay 3 months in 2020, June to September.
As the old saying goes,
2020.
I'd rather have a bottle in front
She
of me
was
than have to have a
22
frontal
years
lobotomy.
old.
I might be drunk, but at least I'm not
And that
insane.
regarded 2020 offenses, criminal. She was noted to be suicidal, bizarre behaviors, hallucinations, and had used methamphetamine and heroin. Then, from the ages of 24 to 25, currently, records from the jail were from January 4th, 2022 to July 9th, 2023. She had, and I'm getting these from their mental health records, psychiatrists, mental health people at the jail. They noted she had suicidal ideation,
suicidal tendencies,
bizarre,
great group.
Self-injurious behaviors, many conduct reports.
This
She
is
was
not from her interview.
nonverbal
They're reading from her
and
medical history.
isolative in her cell at times. She smeared and drew on
Feces.
her cell walls
Feces.
with feces.
Yes. We got the fecal matter.
And menstrual blood.
Fecal matter for the win.
She was
menstrual blood,
naked
ew.
at times. She had hallucinations, intense anger at times. She was prescribed Risperdal,
You
an
lost me in menstrual blood.
antipsychotic medication for quote, psychosis and impulse control. But she was usually non-compliant. Then as far as I know, the antipsychotic olanzapine is currently her medication prescribed at the jail, but she has typically been non-compliant with taking it. And that's it for that exhibit.
That's all. That's all. Just that.
Did you generate a report in this particular case?
Yes.
Just that. Drawing with feces. It's a poo picture. And menstrual blood. Well, yeah, I mean, fecal matter for the win, but she lost me at menstrual blood. The true progressive artist. Yeah, she's a performance artist. That's all it is. Modern art, performance art, you know. Dragon's Treasure says, whether ward or jail, I'm just happy she's going away. TheDragonsTreasure.com for some of your great tea needs. Go to check them out. Use code VICES at TheDragonsTreasure.com and get 10% off your tea order. I've currently got some candy apple right here in front of me. Can't see it because of my blurry background shit, but yeah. Go to TheDragonsTreasure.com. Some great teas and coffee these days.
Some of them have already been admitted.
Assuming the only one.
I want to live. Jeff says Ginver. See, I'm assuming it's Ginver because you didn't like my pronunciation of Givener.
No.
We got Gin. We're good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Litton, you prepared a written report, correct?
Yes,
And was that dated July 3rd of 2023?
yes,
Was it 15 pages?
about that, yes,
Did you sign it?
yes. Oh, 9 pages.
You did review her medical and mental health history, correct?
Yes,
Her background, correct?
yes,
Yes.
Her family and social background, is that fair?
yes,
Alcohol, drug abuse, and education?
yes,
Sexual, physical abuse history, fair?
Yeah.
The father's in
Jobs.
prison very
Yes.
recently for SA of a child.
Charges?
yes.
Tell me about the first interview that you did with her.
That took place February 7th, 2 attempted interviews, February 7th, 2023, at the jail in a conference room. She remained nonverbal the entire time when I attempted to interview her, and she suddenly ran to the corner of the room, picked up a plastic chair and threw it at me. I called the guards. Took them a couple minutes to get there. She sat down, I sat down, tried to calmly ask her why she threw the chair. She, again, was nonverbal. The guards came. I explained the situation. They initially said, yes, I should terminate the interview, but offered the possibility of taking Ms. SCHABUSINESS to a secure booth to see if she'd interview. She nodded that she would be willing to go there and talk to me.
Nodded.
We got there, and she again was nonverbal. That was the first 2 attempted interviews.
Now, mind you, this is all when
7th,
when she was trying to prove that she was.
So you had
incompetent
2
to
interviews
stand
with her on
trial.
that day?
2 on that day.
The one interview, was that in a room with just you and her and a table?
Yeah, yes.
And in that interview room, they have a stack of chairs there?
1 chair in the corner.
Okay. And then later you went to a more secure area where there was glass. Did you talk to her there?
I tried to, and she again was nonverbal.
That was before I got involved. Is that fair?
Exactly.
Then did you have the occasion to meet with her on a different date?
I did when the last attorney, the original attorney on the case, after she threw the chair at me, was nonverbal on February 7th, 2023. Her defense attorney went, like the next day, went to discuss things about, why did you throw the chair? She didn't have an explanation. But
Because
she
I want
agreed,
people to
and she
think I'm
was
crazy.
verbal to the defense attorney. She told him, yes, she would then interview with me. He said, I'll come back tomorrow to double check. He returned, I guess, the next day. She again said she was verbal with him and agreed that she'd interview with me. So I returned on February 13th, 2023, and she refused to even come to the interview room. So those were the first 3 attempted interviews.
Was there an occasion where you had another interview with her?
I did, yes.
When was that?
On June 19th, 2023.
And was that at the Brown County Jail?
Yes.
In the interview room?
In the conference room, yes.
I'm going to turn you all over to
What is the
Yoda here for
conference room?
just a
Can
minute.
you
I'll be
describe
right back.
the layout there?
Not a huge room, but there's a table, a bigger table in the middle, and plastic chairs. Thank goodness, plastic chairs. And then there was that the people sit on, and then one plastic chair in the corner. Not a huge conference room.
From the incident on February 7th where the chair was thrown at you, did you have some safety concerns, precautions?
With her or me? Or,
Yes.
She was handcuffed to a waist belt.
But I mean, did you have concerns from the incident on February 7th where the chair was thrown at you?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
First time in 32 years, a chair's anybody I've interviewed ever did that.
Okay. So on June 19th of 2023, you had another interview with her?
Yes.
Did you make any requests at all?
Well, for you to be there, but you had already met with her several times. She had not been aggressive with you. Ideally, I wanted to meet with her in that conference room as opposed to behind plexiglass in a little tiny booth. So yeah, the June 19th, 2023 interview where she did talk was in that conference room.
And you asked me to sit in?
Yes, I did.
Did I interfere in any way?
No.
And so tell me a little bit about that interview on June 19th of 2023.
And again, remember this interview that's on June 19th they're talking about.
We only, I was only with her for 2 hours.
It is completely in your business's best interest to act
she
like
had a great deal of trouble, difficulty with paying attention and concentrating. My impression of her at that 2-hour interview was she was psychotic. She had visual, auditory, hearing, visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. She was delusional. She was paranoid. She answered some of my questions. My impression of her was that she was really trying to answer questions, and she was verbal. This time she spoke with me. She was verbal, but my impression was that she was really trying to answer my questions. But her thinking was very, what we call disorganized, very delusional. She was actively hallucinating, hearing things, a train, a loud train whistle that she screaming, which she told me she hears in the courtroom too.
Oh yeah, that was the deal. She said that she heard a train, or she
heard
a whistle,
2 hours
and
went
Johnny
on,
Cash died on the train.
She became so distracted.
She's fucked up.
And very, afraid.
We'll talk about this
you
in a
could
minute.
see it on her face, fear, because of the delusions she was experiencing right then. And she got more and more scared about what she thought she saw, a train, and of this louder whistle. So after 2 hours, that was it. She was so, in my impression was that she was so distressed. I didn't want to continue the interview. Then I felt I would be inflicting more harm on her if I continued the interview. So
remember, this interview she's doing was an interview to determine whether or not she's competent to stand trial. It's completely within SCHABUSINESS's best interest to act like a fucking batshit crazy woman so that the judge would find her not competent.
Dr. Litton, thank you. Do you have an opinion on whether or not Ms. SCHABUSINESS's memory for remote or recent events was impaired when you met with her?
Yes.
Tell me about that a little bit.
Not only did I see that memory issues, impairment in the 2-hour interview, but I see it in her records too. She can sometimes remember remote events, like, you know, pretty well, where she lived, approximate dates, the approximate time her mother died, and so the date when she got married, roughly. It's a little fuzzy, but yeah, better remote memory. But she often will, in the same interview with treaters, evaluators, she'll be confused. And I saw memory impairments during the 2 hours, memory gaps, kind of a person with bipolar disorder or a other psychotic disorder like schizophrenia. When they're actively psychotic, we sometimes see memory gaps for the time they were very psychotic, or with bipolar 1 disorder, when they're in a manic state, they can often forget what's going on. Then when they come out of the psychosis, sometimes they'll have a spotty memory. Sometimes the whole memory will come back of what they were doing, what happened during the psychotic episode. But sometimes it's totally blank. Sometimes it comes partially back. And sometimes they try to reconstruct what happened, and you get a kind of a funny reconstruction. How do they explain their behavior when they were manic with bipolar or psychotic from schizophrenia, for example? They'll do a funny, not funny, haha, but bizarre reconstruction. Well, let's see, if I did that, if I got married while I was psychotic, well, let's see, I must have liked the guy. Or I've heard some really odd memory issues.
I've heard some really odd fucking testimony
What about
from
her
you
speech?
right
Can
now.
you give me any commentary on her speech from the observations you made?
Her speech is generally, you can understand, I could understand her. She generally speaks in what we call connected sentences. So you can understand her speech.
Cross-examination.
She's not, there's another term, word salad, for somebody who's psychotic, who just blah, blah, blah. You can't understand. It's called word salad. I've never, in her records, and when I interviewed her, she's never been like that. So you can understand her speech.
Even she's
and
going,
she'll
oh,
speak
fuck,
in
I'm
brief.
fucked. Oh, God, this woman has
connected
just sunk my
sentences.
case. Fuck me.
Sometimes they're logical, lucid, but other times not. They don't make sense. They're going off track. They're, whatever we're talking about, poof, she goes off track and says something totally different.
Are you saying that she goes off on tangents?
Very much so, yes. Not always, but yes, I observed that in the records too.
When you discuss certain topics, is she connected or disconnected?
Sometimes, like in the 2-hour interview, sometimes she, and again, my impression was that she tried really hard to answer my questions. Sometimes she was connected to what I was saying and to reality. Other times, no, definitely not connected.
Sorry, I didn't realize Yoda had moved.
During the 2-hour interview that you had with her on June 19th, was she distracted by any internal or external stimuli?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit more about that.
She was distracted by a clock on the, and this is one of these tangents, a clock on the conference room wall. She was distracted by a cord. We had just been talking about past suicide attempts, and she had tried apparently to hang herself. So when she was a teenager or younger, and she was distracted by a cord and a voice telling her to hang herself with that cord. But
fuck off.
She said, I'm controlling it though.
If she's controlling it, then never mind.
A train. She thought she saw a train and a whistle that got louder and louder and louder. She was delusional in her thinking. So those are just some examples.
Did you ask her about her mood on a scale of 1 to 10?
I did.
And what was the response you got?
007, 007.
What?
Which was bizarre. And I think a reference to James Bond.
What can you take from that?
My impression was that, again, it was some tangent. And, it sounds pretty goofy, bizarre. I asked her to clarify that, and she really didn't. It led into a discussion of mania, bipolar 1 mania, and we discussed that, her impressions of bipolar, and has she ever had a manic episode?
Is obsessive compulsive disorder a mental disorder or issue?
Is it for her or just in general?
Just in general.
Yes, it's a mental disorder.
Did you talk to her about any compulsive behaviors or any issues like that?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I brought up the issue of hypersexuality, also just obsessive compulsive symptoms, traits. And she said sometimes she's will touch her hair a lot. She'll wash her hands 30 to 40 times with germs. But then I asked her about hypersexuality, which is sometimes seen in a person with bipolar 1 disorder when they're in a manic state, manic psychotic state, this hyper, too much interest, arousal with regarding something sexual. And she was very surprised. She had never heard of that.
007 hypersexual octopussy. Nice.
But she clicked on it. It was interesting. She clicked on it like, oh. And then she described some past obsessiveness. And I think she said in 2020 for about a year when she and her husband viewed a lot, and she called it, obsessive, adult pornography.
Does hypersexuality give you concern or pause as it relates to mental health issues?
It does, because, and this wasn't the additional evidence about it, that she has likely, well, in my opinion, she
Jane's
has
daughter,
had
nobody on earth is impressed with this doctor, particularly the jury.
The bipolar disorder, when she was diagnosed at least age 14, but probably before that, she made inappropriate sexual comments in her classrooms while growing up at school. Then when she was inpatient, I believe the 21 days, I think it was Nicolay, and was it 2021, she was inappropriate. They caught her in the bathroom, 2 separate incidences with a male, 2 different male patients.
Smashing in the hospital.
I think there's been some incidences in the jail. I don't remember that exactly. But yes, that's definitely a concern. I've seen other people with inpatient, outpatient, who are hypersexual, and again associated with
business in the
bipolar mania, manic episode, or could be schizophrenia, but typically bipolar disorder. I've certainly seen that at Mendota, and when I treated or evaluated people, it's not incredibly common, but it's one of the classic symptoms of a bipolar manic episode.
Did Ms. Schabuzis say anything about her thinking and her feelings on that?
Yes.
What did she talk to you about?
You mean during that 2-hour interview?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd have to look at her the exact quotes here, but the thinking, she hears screaming in the courtroom. It sounds like quite constant. She said, I'm looking here. Yeah, she said she reported she hears screaming all day long, and not from the other jail inmates, telling her to wake up. Screaming happens, quote, a lot when she goes to court. It, quote, very much so, end of quote, affects her ability to concentrate on a daily basis and when in the courtroom. And then the voices, the screaming, are scary and tell her to do stuff.
Could you hear the screaming of the
her
lambs?
thinking is, I always ask people, I evaluate,
Then what did
how
they
is your
do?
thinking
Then
and
what did
memory?
your father do? He took the lambs, didn't take
and
Tyrese.
To me, it's just the thinking it's difficult for her to think because of the bipolar symptoms of psychosis thinking. It affects her attention, her concentration, and messes up her thinking. Difficult.
As part of your complete analysis in this case, did you find that Taylor SCHABUSINESS is married?
Yes.
And did she provide you with any information about the marital relationship?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that, I hate to say this about someone not here, but she said that her spouse, who I believe they married in 2020, got her involved in methamphetamine use. He was a dealer. He was, again, her reports about this vary, but she has reported that he was very physically abusive, hit her. Well, she told me that he hit her on the head numerous times.
Bonk, bonk.
That was
bonk,
when
bonk.
I was evaluating her, any head injuries ever in your past, and she mentioned that he had hit her on the head numerous times. So very controlling person. And she had gone to a neighbor's house
Star Trek
at one time
reference,
in
y'all.
2020 to ask them to call 911, and another neighbor, when the police came, another neighbor said that she knew them both, and she said, yeah, he was abusive, controlling, drug pusher, addict. Yeah. But she is still married. I believe but she was going to.
I thought they were divorced.
In 2020, she was going to try to get the marriage annulled, but I don't think that's happened at this point.
While you're changing topics, I think we'll take our mid-morning break. We started a
Oh,
little bit
Jesus,
later.
take a break, please, for God's sake.
We're going for about an hour and a half. We'll take about a 10-minute break. So all rise for
adjournment. Holy sweet SCHABUSINESS. This judge has aged 20 years in the last week. He's just like, I'm done. I'm done.
Anything before we
Yeah,
recess?
basically.
Saunders?
No, thank you.
You know, he has like a gin breakfast.
11 o'clock. In recess.
Thank you.
That's like of a judge who just has gin for breakfast. He's heard the screaming of the lambs himself. You know he has. All righty, what the hell's going on here? Wow. Yeah. I don't even know where to go with this. We'll bring this out here for a bit. Decuck the screen. All right, we got about 10 minutes to sort through what the hell that was all about. She's talking about her most recent interview with Taylor SCHABUSINESS in preparation for a competency hearing that was held several weeks ago. Again, what, 2 weeks ago? I think 3 weeks ago. So the reason she was interviewing Taylor SCHABUSINESS was to determine whether Taylor SCHABUSINESS was competent to stand trial. So she's talking to her, chair throwing, all this other shit. Wouldn't talk to her a few times. They get together, and she just seems to be sucking up everything that Taylor's throwing down. I mean, what possible reason would Taylor SCHABUSINESS have to act like a batshit crazy, out of her mind freaking lunatic to a psychologist who is trying to determine whether she is competent to stand trial? And basically the criteria for being competent to stand trial is, did she appreciate that what she was doing at the time was wrong? And no, never mind. Sorry, that's what we're doing now. Erase the last 30 seconds. The basic standard for is she competent to stand trial is, does she appreciate the nature of the charges against her, and is she able to assist in her own defense? So to be found incompetent, to be found that she can't even stand trial, which would mean she goes off to a psychological treatment center of some sort, psychological hospital. She goes there until she's found competent to stand trial. Then she would come back and stand trial. So to avoid trial, she has to prove she's crazy enough that she doesn't know what she's being charged with. She doesn't appreciate the court proceedings, and she doesn't. She's unable to assist her defense lawyer to prepare a case. So of course she has every single reason in the world to act like crazy cat lady from The Simpsons and just run around going and to act like that, to show that, oh my God, she's out of her mind. She doesn't understand what's happening around her. She's seeing trains. And again, she didn't mention it, but during the competency hearing, she was hallucinating trains and whistles, and she was hallucinating like something about Johnny Cash dying on the train. So the judge didn't buy it. It contradicted everything that she's been examined 5 times by 4 different evaluators. The other 3 said she's perfectly competent to stand trial. The only one that says she's nuts is this witness here, the one that was paid by the defense to testify whether or not the defendant is competent to stand trial. So basically, she's just listening to everything Taylor is doing, and not even, and I'm sure they're going to talk about it on cross-examination, not even questioning whether she may have been faking this or not, whether she went through the standard tests of whether or not she was malingering or faking. Didn't do much, if any, of that. And they're going to bring that out on cross-examination. You got your money, and you just accepted everything she said as truth. Just on its face, you accepted it, rather than figure out if she's faking or not. Whereas all the other doctors, they all went through these malingering tests and came to the decision that she was fucking faking it. I mean, this woman is nuts. I mean, she's a hired gun, and I think she's not really credible. And again, the judge has already said he doesn't believe her because he found Taylor competent to stand trial against her findings that she was incompetent. So the judge has already said he doesn't believe her. Now it's up to whether or not the jury believes her. And I don't think so. We do have a couple of things here. Reading through what's going on. Arturo Coronado, Taylor SCHABUSINESS' father, was sentenced 10 days ago on July 18th, 2023. July 18th, 2023, he was sentenced. The details of his sentence aren't available, but he was convicted of second-degree sexual assault of a child, of a female child. Yeah, so Taylor SCHABUSINESS, a father who is on the stand, is in prison for doing very, very bad things to a very, very young girl. Yeah, you can hear all the dogs. I have stereo dog snores going on here. Yeah, that's why he's in prison clothes. He was convicted 10 days ago. Sentenced. I don't know if he was sentenced 10 days ago or convicted. Let's see. Sentenced. He was sentenced 10 days ago to doing really horrible things to a really, really young girl. Yeah. So yeah, you can hear the dog snoring probably in stereo on either side. All right, we got a couple of super chats here, and then we'll fill the void with another interesting thing once we talk about these super chats here. Mario says, this lawyer shouldn't be talking then, ever. Let SCHABUSINESS do the talking. Probably be better. Oh, you want to stretch. Dog stretch. Back to sleep. Okay. That was the most entertaining thing we've seen all night. Yeah, Taylor SCHABUSINESS would probably be doing a better job just talking herself. Wolfram, I'm not really a psychologist. I'm an escapee from the psych ward, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Yeah. Nicholas Darov, Trial Watch. Seems like Daddy Dearest underplayed her issues a bit. Yeah, she was taking all the drugs. She was taking all the drugs. She went to all the psych wards, all of that stuff. But again, having a rough childhood. Some people were mentioning that there's a report or whatever, their father did something to her when she was young as well. Whether that happened, whatever pill she was taking when she was 14, whatever was going on when she was 18, however many times she's been committed, however many times she's been put on forced drugs, that does not mean that she was insane, legally insane at the time she committed this murder. It is what was her mental status at the moment that she committed the crime. That's the important thing. All of this is essentially, as far as I'm concerned, meaningless. Sure, she had a shitty childhood. Lots of people have had shitty childhoods and didn't do this. So what was her condition at the time the murders were committed? Did she know when she was committing the murder that committing murder was wrong? That's the only question we have to answer. And I don't think any of this questioning is answering that question. Mark Lyon, such a prepared and trustworthy expert. Sarcasm. Tank Rat, I would throw a chair at her too. Yeah, that was the deal. One of her examinations, I think, was the first one or the second time she tried to talk to her. Shabiz threw a chair at her. I understand that. I get it. I'm with you, Tank Rat. I get it. I can't wait for the state to destroy this quack on Cross. It will get there. And speaking of people to be destroyed on Cross or to do the destroying is potentially criminal. Sean, what's up, sir?
Hello. What did how far did we get so far?
Oh, sweet baby Jesus. We're going through the Dr. Spiegel of the SCHABUSINESS trial. This batshit crazy psychologist.
Well, no, that's what I meant. So are we to the point of, so it's not done yet?
Oh, no.
Oh,
We're
okay,
just taking a break. Even the judge is like, I just need a fucking 10-minute break. I can't deal with this batshit crazy bitch anymore. We need a 10-minute break.
Did she still have her shit-eating grin on today or no?
Oh, yeah. And she's doing all the wild gesticulations and facial expressions and
What do you
repeating
think a crazy
herself.
person does? Yeah.
Yeah. We're just kind of burning through some super chats here at the moment.
Okay.
There's a Tank Rest says, I hate this expert. She's talking annoyingly louder than Larax. Yeah, well, we fixed that bitch. Defendant looks like, says Jonathan Smith, defendant looks like she wished she would have choked her out. Yeah, SCHABUSINESS could have done a better job than this expert witness is doing. The quote unquote expert needs to be in therapy herself. Yeah, again, go back and watch the competency hearing that I streamed. It's this bad. It's nutty. We got 4 more here. Tank Rat again. When I go off the beaten track, those whom I'm talking, hey, Higgins, back on topic, please. Oh, yeah, she wanders all over the damn place. Miggles says, the witness is causing me mental distress. She'll do that. I just can't wait for cross-examination. Unhung hero. So being a DGen runs in her family. Oh yeah, her father. Did you see the beginning where her father testified? We'll assume Sean didn't hear the father testifying. We don't know if Sean's listening. Are you listening,
No,
Sean?
I did not.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah,
I did hit on mute. Yeah, I did not. I literally just have some free time right now for like an hour and a half. So
yeah, her father was the first witness for the defense.
What did he say? Oh wow, her mom drank a handle of wine every day at the beginning of the pregnancy.
Yeah, pretty much. And she had a bad childhood. Her fucking husband got her all on drugs and shit. But he was in Prison Orange. Why is he in Prison Orange? He's in Prison Orange because 10 days ago, on July 18th, 2023, he was sentenced for second-degree sexual assault of a child. So yeah, there is that.
Oh, father, your material right there, and I'm sure he didn't have a hand, no pun intended, in her shitty childhood.
Well, there are those assertions and allegations. And Michael Leitner says, apparently UW-Madison will give a PhD to anyone. Yeah, and she kept referring to herself as a PhD, and I got my PhD, and I said, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have another guest backstage we'll bring up here in just a quick second, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I said that any psychologist that keeps referring to themselves as PhD, any lawyer that calls himself Esquire, other than Andrew Esquire, any lawyer that calls himself Esquire, and any fucker from Harvard that tells you every 3 fucking seconds he's from Harvard are complete douchebags. Am I wrong?
I mean, that part's wrong, but remember, your degree says doctor on it, so you are a doctor. You are Dr.
It does.
I'm Dr.
It does. We are JD. But yeah, no, like any asshole from Harvard will tell you from Harvard.
Bragging that you bringing up your PhD all the time is nobody worth a shit does that.
And speaking of Esquires, we have MLS Law Show all the way from Nick Ricada's channel. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, call me Dr. Helm, please. Call me Dr. Helm. During law school, I like brought forth a campaign that says, you know what? Attorneys should be called doctor. We have a doctorate degree. Damn it. And I don't like the Esquire thing. So I'm going to go with Dr. Helm.
Yes, is there a doctor on the plane? Yes.
Yes.
Statute of limitations. This man's having a heart attack. What does that have to do with the statute of frauds?
Right. Yeah. No. So what do you guys think of this woman? I haven't heard your take on her yet.
She's as batty as she was during the competency hearing.
See, I think they have a good potential argument, but it's maybe not the best witness and the wrong attorney.
Oh, she's the worst. I mean, they're gonna crucify her on cross-examination because this was the interview she did for a competency hearing. And what possible reason would Taylor Shabusiness have to act like a batshit crazy lunatic than at a competency hearing? Yeah, and this woman just took her money and sucked it up.
They emphasized that way too much. They should have stayed away from that and focused on the childhood stuff. The diagnosis of bipolar 1 with underlying mania and psychosis is a huge bad thing that really could explain a lot of stuff if they emphasized and focused on that more and not this other stuff.
But again, that doesn't mean she was suffering from any of that shit at the time she decided to choke out and dissect her boyfriend.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you guys already know this answer, but is Wisconsin, can she shoot for diminished capacity or does she have to go for the full and standing?
I think she has to go for the full Monty. All right, here we go. We're back in court.
Based on your review of the educational records for Taylor Shabusiness, did you make any conclusions about whether she had a budding personality disorder?
No, I did not. No.
Did you see in the records that she was a really disturbed teen?
Yes, that was my impression.
And did you indicate that you felt that it even went beyond that?
Yes.
Yes.
Which was later confirmed when we later received the Bellin inpatient records from when she was 12 and then again at 14 and was diagnosed with a thought disturbance, bipolar 1, depression, severe
She is a disturbed
psychosis
thought.
by age.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
Missing her 35.
Did you have a chance to review a colleague's evaluation, Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
Yes.
Is she a PhD?
She is a PhD.
And she reviewed or examined Taylor Schabusines in the past, correct?
Yes.
So you had a chance to consider her report, correct?
Yes.
Did you also review Dr. Matthew Seipel's report?
Yes.
And he's a forensic psychologist from the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, correct?
Yes.
And then did you also have the opportunity to review Dr. Christina Engin's report?
Yes.
And these are reports that were conducted based off evaluations of Taylor Schabusines, correct?
Yes.
Before I ask you about whether you agree with their opinions or not, I'm going to ask you about what is your opinion as it relates to your evaluation and assessment of Taylor Schabusines?
My opinion is that she qualifies for the not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. My opinions are that she was not responsible because of a mental disease. She wasn't responsible for the criminal conduct because at the time of the event, she had the mental disease, and it both affected, she lacked substantial capacity to both appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct at the time the homicide occurred, but also she could not conduct, she couldn't conform. She lacked volitional control. She couldn't conform her conduct to the requirements of law. She was lacking in her ability to control herself, the volitional control.
Here would be my cross-examination question. Dr.
That's
Linton, would you give the same diagnosis if she would have
said that
flayed,
she
drawn,
lacked
and
the
quartered
ability to
your
control
son?
herself?
Yes, at the time of the event.
She would have.
And
No, I don't think that's
do you
appropriate.
opine that she has a mental disease or a mental
It's not
defect
appropriate,
or
but
both?
that would be my question.
Yes.
anyway.
Yeah.
Both?
It's unclear. I tried to get her to be evaluated. I suggested she be evaluated, as Dr. Lucetta did too, further for possible mental defect, brain issues.
Let me ask you guys this.
That didn't
Do you know
happen,
what
but
this
my
looks like?
impression is that she has a mental disease, which is the most likely bipolar disorder.
But I mean, do you guys have an understanding of what it means to have bipolar 1 with underlying mania and psychosis in an episode? They haven't talked about that.
Based on your training and experience, can chemicals
But yeah,
exacerbate?
Yeah, she could be like completely off a rocker.
Did you draw any conclusions on whether Taylor Schabusines has any kind of chronic brain damage?
I couldn't, because that has to be done. For the first step is what we call neuropsychological testing by a neuropsychologist. Pretty elaborate testing. That's the process. And then if those test results are abnormal, then the next step would be a referral to a neurologist and medical doctor who would assess her and then decide whether or not there was enough information from the testing to explore the possibility of some brain defect, brain damage, maybe, yeah.
Okay. In your report, your opinions are on the last page. Is that fair?
Yes.
And did you talk about her presentation when she presents herself? Do you have comments about that?
Yes, it's my comments about that are that it's very, very unusual, what we call presentation. How is she looking? How does she talk? How does she interact? Everything. What's going on in her mind?
Yeah, maybe it was very unusual presentation because you was
And
fucking faking it.
It's really, really unusual and I search my own 32-year memory bank here, and it's exceptionally unusual presentation, how she's coming across to me, the two attorneys, other evaluators.
Doesn't that
in the
indicate
school.
fakery to anybody else?
Yes, it does.
Agree that she
it comes across
has a
as
strange presentation?
She does.
How about her facial expressions? Can you give some commentary on that from what you've seen?
Oh, she has no grounds for
Very
talking about anybody's facial
unusual.
expression.
She's been described as smirky.
I was going to say, look at her. She's
smirky.
crazy. Obviously.
She has inappropriate, her grinning, weird grinning when she's talking about the crimes. Looking people have interpreted it to be like laughing at what she did. At times in the jail with evaluators, with me, at times briefly, it's very strange. Other times looking, real. I mean, I can mimic it. Very scowly.
See?
A lot of people
Scowly.
interpret it superficially to be grinning. Yeah, grinning it all, but getting a kick out of everything. Not me. Based on my experience and training, that's a psychotic person right there. That's what's causing this really weird, bizarre. And I'm telling you, to me, it's off the scale. 32 years. I've seen a lot of psychotic people, bipolar, psychotic, manic, and I just haven't seen very many like this.
I've seen it every day.
Very
Look in the mirror.
exceptional. Very exceptional.
Do you believe that she has a genuine mental disorder
Yes.
of a psychotic nature?
Yes.
What is the nature?
The best, my best opinion is the bipolar 1, with sometimes with psychosis, sometimes not. But that after we got the Bellin records from 2 inpatient admissions at age 12 and 14, or 14 and 16, let me just double check. Yeah, 14 and 16, she was diagnosed at 14 with bipolar depression, severe with psychosis. So that confirmed that's I was thinking about schizophrenia, and sometimes schizophrenia and bipolar are very hard to distinguish. Sometimes not, sometimes really hard to tell bipolar from schizophrenia. And there's a kind of a combined one called schizoaffective disorder, and that's been applied to her too. But I think based on this history we have from Bellin when she was diagnosed with bipolar, and then again at Nicolay when she was 22 years old, also bipolar. My opinion is, based on my experience and training, is bipolar 1. The more serious, there's bipolar 1, bipolar 2. But bipolar 1 can have psychosis, psychotic episodes.
You can't even say the
that's
fucking
my
word.
opinion.
Bipolar
What
1.
it looks like.
Yeah.
Are your opinions to a
Puerto Rican.
reasonable degree of professional certainty or psychological certainty?
Yes.
Both, correct?
Yes.
I have a client that
You
actually
did
suffers
prepare
from
a
this.
report on
It's
all
scary.
of these findings, correct?
Yes.
Could I approach your honor?
But you got to like experience it.
Oh, I've had
That is my
schizophrenia,
report,
with
July 3rd,
very bad
2023.
schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder.
Does that
So,
report
yeah, it's
contain
something.
all of your
experience
findings
for the first time.
and evaluations based on Taylor Schabusiness?
It's a brief summary, yes.
Everything in there is accurate, correct?
I hope so. Yes, I think so.
Okay. And the report
hope
is
so.
dated July 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Offer Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No.
6 is received.
The prosecution said, no,
Doctor,
just let it
you
in.
did
We'll deal with it later.
Dr. Matthew Seipel's report, correct?
I did two reports.
Okay. You read through both of them?
Yes.
You're aware of the opinions and findings that he rendered, correct?
Yes.
Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Tell me why.
Contrary to how Dr. Seipel his opinion, which I respect. I respect all professionals' opinions. I don't criticize the professional. I can support my own opinion. But in contrast, I believe that she has, my opinion is that she has a genuine mental disorder.
And you're the only one of four
Dr.
people that
Christina
talked
Engine,
to her
did you
that
review
came to that
her
conclusion.
evaluation?
Yes.
And do you agree or disagree with hers?
Disagree.
Tell me why.
Similar to Dr. Seipel, if I remember her report well enough, I disagree. My opinion is that Ms. Schabusiness has a genuine mental disorder of a psychotic nature.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
He didn't even go into why.
Good morning, doctor.
That's actually left it out. Like, what would it cause her to do?
A little hidden here behind the court for us. I'll try to move over.
That's what I said. They're not
Can you give me
going
the
to
picture?
look like.
Oh, yes. Okay. So you testified you're an independent forensic psychologist. Is that right?
That's right.
And does that mean that you're just sort of a solo practitioner? You're not employed with a larger facility?
Right. I don't work for anybody. I work for myself.
It means nobody will hire you,
And
right?
you've been retained by the defense in this case?
Yes.
All right. So is there a retainer agreement in place?
No, say the very vast majority of my cases were for the public defender. So they have an appointment letter, how much they think they're going to pay, like that.
Okay.
No money up front until the case is done and they bill.
I understand.
Or he bills.
Sure. But you are being obviously compensated for your testimony.
No, I haven't been paid anything. No, I've been on this case, since 20, I don't get paid till the case is all done.
Okay, but at the end of the case you will.
Right.
Okay. You were asked questions about having previously conducted NGI evaluations in the past.
Right.
How many?
Hundreds? I don't know. Maybe, a lot.
All right. And how many in the last 10 years?
Many. And I have several right now. Several. Many.
And several.
Okay, so like dozens?
Oh, yes, at least. Yeah.
And your CV, do you still have that in front of you? I believe it's Exhibit 1. You outlined some on page 2 publications and presentations that you've completed. Is that right?
Yes.
And for instance, in 2022, you had a publication or presentation on sexually violent persons.
Yes.
And similarly, in 2001, another publication on sexually violent persons.
Those were presentations, yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, I mean, looking through 2009 at least, all the publications and presentations we're seeing are with respect to sexually violent persons cases?
Most are, yes.
And do you have publications or have you presented on the topic of conducting NGI evaluations?
No. Other than 2018, a young colleague and I did a fill-in at the Wisconsin Psychological Association just on starting of forensic practice. And, we talked about the different kinds of, it was to a group of psychologists who were thinking of getting to be a forensic psychologist. So we probably mentioned NGIs.
Okay. But that wasn't like a presentation on how to do NGI evaluations?
No.
Okay. I then want to ask about some of your sources of information, and counsel went through some of those with you.
I know that one's almost an irrelevant question.
What occurred on February 22nd, 2022? What sort of information did you review?
The criminal complaint. You said what information did I review regarding that?
Yes.
Event?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because nobody was there. Parents were upstairs. So we don't have any direct witnesses, but I reviewed the police reports, all their interviews. That's basically it. What she told other evaluators and what she told me very briefly. So that was it.
So it was when you say police reports, you're referring to like the paper report that a detective or officer wrote?
Right. There's the criminal complaint or information, which is a couple pages long, but then attached usually with it, are the basis for the criminal charges. And, with the police, I guess in this case, the police who went there, arrested her, their interviews with her.
So did you just review the criminal complaint or also all of the police reports?
All the police reports.
So then it sounds like you didn't review the recorded interview itself of Mission Business.
Transcript, the recorded interview herself, and the at least an hour and a half, 2 hours of the video interview.
I'm sorry. Did you review the recorded interview of Mission Business from February 23rd of 2022?
What I was given by the attorney was a transcript of their interviews. And so a transcript, written type, the transcript.
Was it like the police report summarizing it?
If I remember right, it was a transcript of the, I don't know if they had a court reporter in there. I don't know how they do that.
But not the actual visual image itself. You didn't.
I only saw about an hour and a half, 2 hours of the visual, whatever you call it, video in those conference rooms.
You call that moving picture thing.
We're interviewing Miss Business.
So you reviewed an hour and a half.
Talkies. They call them talkies.
February 23rd interview.
Yes, I believe so.
And so you didn't review the rest of the approximate 5.5 hours of that interview?
No, it didn't transmit to me by computer for some reason.
And you didn't ask for it?
It was only roughly an hour and a half, 2 hours.
And you didn't ask for it?
See.
The defense didn't provide the whole interview for you?
They tried, but for whatever reason, I don't know, technology between
was this
the
yesterday?
DAs
I mean, there's presumably time
before,
to get it to her again.
Well, to be clear, we aren't providing you any information to review, right?
What? Pardon?
The state isn't providing you any information to review, right? You're getting that information from other people.
Well, I think it goes from you all to him.
Sure.
Yeah, right, and then to me. Yeah.
So then it also sounds like, Doctor, you haven't reviewed the February 28th interview of Mission Business?
I read the police descriptions of it, and I thought I had a transcript. I think it was a summary. Pretty decent summary of the February 28th. Similar, the summary, pretty decent, detailed of the February 23, the 2 interviews they did on that day.
But not, again, the actual visual image, the recorded interview itself.
Not from that one again. If it was sent to me, I couldn't see it.
And you mentioned that obviously one of your sources of information is from your meeting or meetings with Mission Business.
Yes.
All right. And the the February 7th, 2023 interview, that was the instance where Mission Business threw a chair at you, right?
Yes.
And after she did that, you said she just sat down.
Yeah.
And was calm after that point?
Very. And I looked at her, as I'm subject to doing, I used that time before the guards came in. Maybe it took a while, 3 minutes or so. And it was weird, bizarre, whatever you want to call it, because she immediately, very calmly, came back, sat down across from me, and I looked at her physiological responses. And again, I've seen violent patients. I got attacked once, beat up at Mendota, got slapped. But I saw very many aggressions on the unit I was on at Mendota for the 14 most aggressive patients, males in the whole state. And we'd have between 3 to 7 aggressions. And usually after a person does something like that, they have a red face, angry, yelling, swearing, breathing heavily, nothing.
So, those prior instances you talked about, those were with people who were at Mendota, you said?
Yeah.
So those were people who were actually found to have a mental illness.
No, not all of them.
People who were actually found.
We were the overflow unit. We mostly had our patients were from around the state, jails, prisons, Winnebago Mental Health. They were either, most of them were,
Where's the
had
objection?
been found not guilty,
That should
you
have
know,
been a
legally
defense
insane.
objection.
But we were the overflow unit for the admission
That's a
unit for
good question, though.
competency
So have you
evaluation.
actually talked to
they were not all
actually mentally ill
necessarily
people?
mentally ill, but
Yeah,
most
but
were with a
The
psychotic
defendant
illness.
has been
Those are the people who
diagnosed,
kind of
right?
made a gesture,
So-
with red face.
Yeah,
things like
but
that.
Mischaracterization of the testimony.
Dealt with many aggressive people in the outpatient setting too. And yeah, it was unusual. I
Defense is
just
horrible.
don't, searching my memory banks, had a hard time coming up with somebody, I've seen it before, but it's unusual for a person to not be aroused, when they're feeling so angry. It was unusual.
And then I want to ask about the June.
I'm
9th
feeling
interview,
aroused.
Performing
interview,
inside of a YouTube screen
with
window.
Miss Shabusiness. And that was at the a conference room area,
Yes.
and her attorney was present for that, right?
Yes.
And is it common for you to have those sort of evaluations with an interested party in the room?
I always ask attorneys, going back to when I was at Mendota, I learned this at Mendota. I always ask attorneys, if they have the time, to sit in at least during the initial part, like for a competency evaluation, so I can see the attorney and the client interacting. And so it gives me more information about whether the defendant is understanding what's going on, if they're able to work with their attorney. So I always ask attorneys to do that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't have time, whatever. It was unusual, though, in this case, that the defense attorney sat in through the whole thing. I did it for a particular reason, though.
Okay. And then you talked about exhibit number 4. Do you still have that in front of you, Doctor? It's the chart you prepared.
Oh,
The one thing
sure.
I
Yeah,
was
right.
really missing is a
Okay. I know there's a
Is
number
a
of exhibits here.
graphic, visual, not visual,
So
but
you
depiction of
kind
what
of
it
said
means
the
to have them.
age of Miss Shabusiness at the time of various admissions. Is that right?
Right, approximate age.
So it looks like ages 14, there was a Bellin Health Psychiatric Center.
Yes.
Age 16 from Bellin Health Psychiatric.
Yes.
And then there was nothing that was reviewed until Miss Shabusiness was 23.
Right.
So you reviewed no mental health history, and you're aware of no mental health history from ages 16 through 23.
Well, 2020, she was in the jail. Or no, I guess that was 2020 when she was 22. So yeah, no, there's a
Yeah,
gap.
no. What
So
the
there
fuck?
wasn't anything, I guess, from 16 to 22 then?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, no,
And
DSM
when you were
just,
kind of summarizing the chart in Exhibit 4, I noticed
I
a few
doubt she's ever
times
seen the DSM-5.
that when you were describing hallucinations, there was also sometimes then concurrently reports of methamphetamine use.
She went to the Wikipedia entry.
Yes.
And in your experience, methamphetamine can produce psychosis as a side effect.
Yes, it can in some cases.
And that was actually reported in quite a few of these records, wasn't it?
It was.
So then I want to ask
diagnosed her
about
with,
the Bellin,
with the vapors and gave her some leeches.
2012. You reviewed those records, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, did you review the discharge summary?
Yes.
And I guess the discharge summary, that's kind of like the exit interview, so to speak. Right?
Exactly.
All right. So you would recognize that if you were to see it?
Maybe. But I have it on the chart. I believe at the discharge, she was diagnosed with mood disorder, not otherwise specified, without psychosis by the 3 days.
And that's exactly
Gary Busey is far crazier than her, and he walks among us. Oh, that's mean. We love Gary. Stop.
And in discharge diagnoses, you mentioned
you're not
a
wrong,
mood
but
disorder
stop.
without psychosis.
Yes.
Nowhere in the discharge diagnosis is there a bipolar diagnosis, is there?
Yes, that's true.
And in fact, if you could flip to the last page of that, it says page 118 on the bottom, but it's the last page of that stapled packet, Doctor. Do you see the portion that says condition on discharge?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, quote, on exam, Taylor denied hallucinations or thoughts of harm toward herself or others, a wish to be dead, or that she would be better off dead. Did I state that accurately?
Yes.
And that was the Bellin health records from 2012.
Yes.
I then want to ask about the Bellin health records from 2014.
The Bellin health records?
You reviewed those as well?
Yes.
And there was a portion that contained the discharge notes as well. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Hello.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 8, Doctor. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Does that appear to be some of the discharge notes from October 20?
Please stop saying discharge.
This was difficult because you see at the top and all through here, pretty weird because it's got every page at the top says 10/28/2014 admission and then parentheses discharged from assess at Bellin. So it's confusing. It was one of the more confusing medical. I've been reviewing medical records since I was age 14.
So basically, she's saying a discharge from a Bellin.
This was hard.
Is unusual and weird.
It's difficult to figure out. Is this the final discharge? And I think I finally concluded. She was only there for 3 days.
The final discharge. How do you know when it's over?
I think it's the discharge.
I know,
but it's the discharge summary. But it is confusing. You have to look at all the dates and everything. But this was really confusing.
Very
We're men. That we can't.
But if you could,
Yeah,
Doctor,
we're men.
flip
We
to the
can't do
last
that.
page of that exhibit. Do you see the area where it lists the diagnosis for
Yes.
SCHABUSINESS? And there's 2 diagnoses, aren't there?
Right.
One of which is cannabis abuse, continuous.
Right.
The other is alcohol abuse, episodic.
Yes.
Okay, there's not a bipolar diagnosis listed there, is there?
No, there's not.
And there's not that prior mood disorder that we heard about in 2012, is there?
Somewhere in these pages,
Somewhere. You believe. Somewhere you believe it
And I'm
might
sorry,
possibly
Doctor,
say
for the
this.
question. Clear in the diagnosis part, neither of those diagnoses are listed, are they?
Exactly. No bipolar. And what else was the other thing he said? Mood disorder.
The mood disorder.
Yes, you're right.
And that was the Bellin from 2012, right?
Yes, age 16.
I then want to ask about these records from Nicolay
Welcome back, John.
Psychiatric, and that's sort of the county admission, right, to locked facility?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, the St. Mary's hospital visit you testified to on direct, that was like the day before the admission to the Nicolay Center, right?
I think it was the day of. Okay. I think that it looks like because it's
Stop
March
thinking
22nd,
and believing and start fucking knowing.
I think they St. Mary's ER discharged
perfectly
her right
emphasized
to
by her,
Nicolay.
Right.
I think that's how that went down.
Okay. So when Ms. SCHABUSINESS was admitted into Nicolay, she had a drug screen done, did she not?
Yes.
And that
Law
drug
and
screen
lumber
was
in
positive
chat.
for
Rob,
controlled
you got the
substance, was it
link.
not?
Do you
I
dare?
believe so. I don't
Do you
have it
dare
written
day
down
2?
here, but well, substance use, yes. And then by then, my memory is that it was meth. I think meth, probably THC, marijuana.
What? I think it was meth, maybe Fuck's sake.
Does she know that meth and marijuana are different?
I don't think so.
Does THC come from meth in her mind?
I don't want to know what's in this woman's mind.
She's a poor wit.
You think?
But here's the thing, though, is you've got to get somebody on board to actually do the work.
And this is the only person they could find in the entire United States.
This is the quack they could find. Yeah. So it's like Amber Heard's it's like that attorney in Amber or the psych in Amber Heard's case. It was like
Dr.
Num
Spiegel.
num 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 the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh God, that guy was.
Yeah, we've been calling her.
The guy they could find.
We've been calling her SCHABUSINESS' Dr. Spiegel. Well, that's what we've been calling her.
Yeah, that guy was amazing.
I wish he would do the imaginary window looking like he did.
Yeah. I
Well,
wish you
now
would
he's
start.
just an NPC TikToker. Oh, crazy. Crazy. Thank you. Abuse. Bipolar 1.
Oh, I want this woman to do that so bad.
Unusual. PhD. Wow.
I mean, it's not going to hurt the defendant. It might help her.
You can't really hurt Shabusiness's case at this point.
How awkward was it with her dad on the stand?
Awkward.
You had reviewed those records from Nicolay Psychiatric, right?
Yes.
And those helped you reach your conclusion?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 9. Now I didn't mean to.
Now that I did that, Rob's never going to come on the channel.
So does that appear to be the notes from Mission Business's admission into Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes.
And that's dated March 22nd of 2021.
Did you say 27th? It's 23rd.
March 20. You're correct. The admission date is March 22nd.
Yes.
Okay. And the date of service that's listed here is March 23rd.
Right.
And then in the history of present illness, it states in the second line, she has been using methamphetamine. She would not tell me how often and how much she has been using it, but drug screen was positive for methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC. Did I state that accurately?
Yes.
All right.
Do what you got to do, Steve.
And then Nicolay,
We love you anyway, man.
Psychiatric, that's a sort of locked facility, right?
That's my understanding is it is. I don't think I've ever been there, but my understanding is it's probably locked, I would guess.
Is it a facility that's sort of closely monitored? And
Yes. I think they do. I think I did read that they lock their units, I believe.
I guess the purpose of all that staff presumably is to watch after patients.
Well, right, because she was there on a mental health commitment, so she either had to have been dangerous to herself or to somebody else, and those are usually locked units.
So presumably, people who are in that facility aren't, using controlled substances anymore.
Usually.
Usually. So then I'm going to show you exhibit number 10. Does that appear to be the discharge notes from Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes, this one we know because it says final summary on the top.
And that date is April 12th of 2021.
Yes.
And there still is for the discharge diagnosis, as you mentioned, a bipolar diagnosis, right?
Yes.
Can you flip to the second page? On condition on discharge.
Sad.
It states the patient has a bright affect. Is that right?
Yes.
That she is forward looking.
Yes.
That she showed some motivation regarding remaining clean and sober.
Yes.
That she denies any
Join the Legal Vices
delusional
Clean and
beliefs.
Sober membership level.
Yes.
That she, I guess it notes there's still some degree of paranoia is present, but denies any thoughts of self-harm.
Yes.
And that was after being in that facility for that time.
And she was just she was on oral antipsychotic, but she just was started on the injected medicine, the longer acting injected antipsychotic, it's called atypical antipsychotic medication, which then she didn't stay on. After the 6-month order to treat,
But also on April 12th, she presumably would have been free from methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC.
From 21 days, usually in general, it would have been out of her system, but it could be still possibly affecting her thought processes. You just don't know because the testing wasn't done.
Sure.
But no, but totally, yeah. She still had some paranoia. It says some degree of paranoia was still there. However, she wasn't no delusional beliefs. So she wasn't super psychotic. Wasn't psychotic.
I'm not impressed with
And
the
actually, I
sauce
glossed
either.
over two discharge diagnoses. One was the
I think
bipolar.
he's just letting
right?
her sound
Yes.
crazy.
Well, there was a second one, wasn't there?
Yeah, substance use disorder, i.e., in other words, THC, marijuana, and methamphetamine.
Thank you.
Is super psychotic an official
We talked
diagnosis?
then about some of these hallucinations that are scattered throughout the records you reviewed, right?
Yes.
And some of those are things that the defendant is endorsing. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
And what does endorsing mean?
She's saying self-report. She's reporting them herself. She's describing some of them herself. Not a lot over her history. Are you talking about the hallucinations?
Just the concept of what endorsing means. And
Yeah,
I think you
that's
stated it.
yeah. Just
something
saying.
that's reported by a person.
Do you have a headache? And if you say yes, that you're endorsing the headache.
Thank you. And actually, while we're still on the topic of the bipolar diagnosis at Nicolay Psychiatric, you mentioned that you reviewed a report authored by Dr. Lucetta. Is that right?
Yes.
And Dr. Lucetta was a expert retained by the defense earlier in the case.
Hey, Kaiser, what's up?
And she prepared a report that you reviewed.
Yes.
And part of that report, Dr. Lucetta spoke with Ms. SCHABUSINESS.
Yes.
And do you recall a portion where they were discussing that bipolar diagnosis?
I don't remember that exactly.
Would it
I'd have
assist
to look at it.
Would it assist to review Ms.
Sure.
Dr. Lucetta's report?
Hey, Mod, throw up a link to my members subscription page. People seem to be having problems finding it.
I'm going to show you.
I'd appreciate that. Love you.
Exhibit number 11. Does that appear to be consistent with Dr. Lucetta's report?
I believe so.
Can you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Doctor, if you could turn to page 3 of that report. In the second paragraph,
If you're convicted of something and you appeal it, you go to wherever you are until the appeal goes through. So
sort of the last sentence of that.
You're guilty
and
until
it
it's
says,
overturned.
Quote, she, and that refers to Ms.
She would-
SCHABUSINESS,
yeah.
questioned the bipolar
She would go to
diagnosis,
jail or prison until
hypothesizing that her symptoms were
everything works
attributable to methamphetamine abuse, explaining that prior to admission, she had been administering the drug intravenously up to 9 times per day for 5 to 8 months prior to her admission. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that's referencing the Nicolay records that we just talked about, right?
Yes.
And that's where the bipolar diagnosis came from.
Just a second here. She seems to be, when at the right beginning it says Ms. SCHABUSINESS reported that she was previously admitted, blah, 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 blah. And it seems like that's what she's telling to Dr. Lucetta. But then at the point where that last sentence, she questioned the bipolar. That's, and I had difficulty. I remember reading this and I couldn't quite figure it out. I think you're right that when she's questioning, she questioned the bipolar diagnosis, attributing it maybe to methamphetamine abuse. I think Dr. Lucetta is taking that Ms. SCHABUSINESS, that's what she told Nicolay, the psychiatric stuff there, I think.
That your interpretation is that sentence
There's a lot of
refers
I
to what
thinks.
Ms. SCHABUSINESS told Nicolay.
Now I can't unhear it.
Well, Ms. SCHABUSINESS told Dr. Lucetta at the beginning of the paragraph that she was admitted to Nicolay. Okay, so that's her self-report. She was vague about why admitted, bipolar. She was diagnosed with bipolar. She was discharged. She discontinued the medication. She doesn't like to take medication. She questioned the bipolar diagnosis. So I'm not sure if that reflects when she was at Nicolay or what she's telling Dr. Lucetta. I'll go, and you think it was Dr. Lucetta, so that's okay because she's done that. Sometimes she will say, this is Ms. SCHABUSINESS, yeah, I've been diagnosed with bipolar. Other times she will say, I don't think I've got it. I don't like taking medications. It varies. It does vary. So let's just agree that this is what she's telling Dr. Lucetta, but it's a little hazy there.
And I guess the point, Doctor, in any event, the sentence I read, those were the statements of Ms. SCHABUSINESS regarding the bipolar diagnosis.
Right, regardless if she's telling Dr. Lucetta or the treaters at Nicolay. She questioned it. Not unusual.
Sure.
This
I
is
bet,
this is
Doctor
worse
would
than
like
the
to
direct.
talk a little bit more about bipolar 1.
You think? Okay.
What is the diagnostic criteria for bipolar 1?
Ugh.
I'm like tuning out. I
The
wanted to
person
be more.
has, by definition, they have to have had at least one what's called a manic episode, which is extremely elevated mood.
Why is
And
the
it
state
can be
presenting
with
this?
psychosis, thought disorder, or not. But they have to have at least one prior or current manic episode. By two things. It's either you go from depression, really bad depression with bipolar 1, super duper suicidal type, real depression. And then they
Super duper type real
have to have
depression.
it
Is that in the
one of these
anyway.
real super
It's a
duper
technical term.
elevated moods. It's bizarre when you see it. It's pretty bizarre. Yeah, so that's basically it.
So you need at least one manic episode.
Yes, I believe that's in the diagnosis.
And in order to diagnose a manic episode, there are 4 criteria, aren't there?
This attorney knows more
Yeah,
about
we look at the
than
mood, a very elevated,
That's why he's
exceptionally elevated mood. And then some other, usually there's these other behaviors that go along with it. Again, the person can be psychotic, not necessarily, but they can be psychotic in this very elevated mood. And then they usually are some other behaviors. They can stay up for 3-4 days. They wildly spend, sometimes gamble away, hypersexual, energy, feeling super energetic.
So there are 4 criteria, right?
Yeah, I don't have my DSM book in front of me, but
So the DSM-5 that you referenced, what is that?
that's the American Psychiatric, MD's Psychiatric Association Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the 5th edition. I think out in about 2015, I think it was put out and it's used in this country for mental health diagnoses and billing.
You would agree it's a pretty commonly used and widely accepted
In the
source?
United States, yes.
So for a bipolar 1 diagnosis, the first criteria is that there's
Hi,
a
Sean.
distinct period of
Come back if
abnormally
you can.
and persistently elevated behavior. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that period has to last, quote, at least 1 week and present most of the day, nearly every day. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So it's not just a manic episode that, is an hour, right? It's a long period of time that somebody's manic.
Right.
In a heightened state. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Yes.
And then the second criteria is some of those, symptoms, mood disturbances. You mentioned gambling, things like that are exhibited.
Yes.
And that mood disturbance, the third criteria, also has to cause an impairment of some kind, right?
A what?
An impairment of some kind?
Yes, an impairment. Yes.
And then the fourth criteria for a bipolar 1 diagnosis is that the manic episode is not attributable to the physiological effects of a substance.
Yes.
I.e. a drug.
Yes.
Such as methamphetamine.
Exactly.
So,
or LSD.
Sure. Something. So if you're observing a manic episode, but you have information that there was recent methamphetamine use, that would be a concern for bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Yes, without further information or more observations.
Doctor, I then want to ask some questions about your report. I believe it's exhibit 6. Is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Is that exhibit 6?
Yes, that's the most recent exhibit.
So your report and your opinions that you're testifying to today regarding NGI rely in part based on your observations of Ms. Schabuzis on June 19th, right?
Correct. Yes.
And actually, as a result of that interview, based on your observations, you had a concern about her present competency in that moment, didn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, your report that you're referencing in Exhibit 6 is sort of a combination NGI report and competency.
Yes, that's what I was asked to do.
And those legally are different concepts, right?
They are.
Competency is sort of in the moment.
Yes.
And NGI obviously refers to the date of the offense.
Exactly. The time of the offense.
Okay. So during your interview with Ms. SCHABUSINESS, you had a concern about her competency.
Yes.
Objection, relevance. Move to strike.
Yet you're using her statements to form your NGI opinion.
Her statements, my observations, but not just that 2-hour interview. It was the entire information I had about the case. But yes, you're right. During the interview, it helped me to form my opinions because I submitted a mini report months before that where I couldn't.
There was revisions to the DSM-5 released last year. It was released
That
about
was-
10 years ago.
Well, both
But there were
competency and
revisions
NGI.
released last year.
Thank you. So then I want to ask about malingering. What does that mean to you?
Malingering is intentional faking of symptoms. Could be about anything, any symptoms, but in the psychiatric profession, malingering is intentional faking of mental health system. You know.
Is that sort of a synonym for feigning or something like that?
Yeah, that's a malingering, feigning, faking. I simplify it, faking.
Sure.
Intentional faking.
And you would agree that's been a concern
As
for
opposed to
evaluators who have met
unintentional
with Ms.
faking.
SCHABUSINESS.
Yes.
Dr. Seipel had that concern, did he not?
I think he concluded, if my memory's right, I think he concluded that's it. Yes.
I think you're right. Dr. Seipel concluded she was faking, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And it was a concern raised by Dr. Lucetta, was it not?
Yes, definitely. And
So
again, she was
everybody
an
except
expert
for
retained by
you
the
that ever evaluated this woman
and
found
that
she was faking,
she
right?
suggested these potential for feigning.
She has malingering?
should be
Is that what I
explored
missed?
further.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in fact,
impatient.
And in fact, in your field, there are tools that can be used to help determine if somebody is accurately providing you information, right?
Yes.
One of those is the MMPI.
Yes.
And those, have you used those before?
Oh, yeah.
And they're helpful for you to know if a patient is providing you accurate information.
But
They're not a be-all
yes,
end-all.
but you have to take that. It's one part of the clinical evaluation, but you got to evaluate it with other information to decide if it's an accurate test result.
Sure. But you
I like
need
that
that
answer.
information to then know if it's accurate, right?
You need what information?
You need to perform the test.
You don't have to perform. I don't have to perform fancy 500, 300. I don't have to do that. That's not a requirement. Psychiatrists don't do psychological testing. So sometimes I might do it, but I've done many evaluations without that when I have enough other information that you're not required. There's nothing that says you're a psychologist, you got to do MMPI. No, you don't have to do that. But I've done it many times.
And Doctor, I wasn't suggesting that. What I was suggesting is you mentioned that you need to take that test into account and see if it's accurate, essentially, right?
If you've done the test, sure. Or if somebody else, like in this case, it had been done by all these other people, so I consider that information. And that
I
they
don't have to do all that
found that,
fancy
yes, she
tests
had,
and shit.
the other thing, she had over-presented, we call it.
I actually liked
the
her
test
response. I thought it was great.
Can detect.
Great
when you're
and quality are
over-presenting
different.
a symptom,
Well, I guess,
like,
yeah.
oh my God, I really got a bad headache. Really super, like that. You over-present it. It basically.
Kind of like you've been over-presenting your entire fucking
But it's just an
testimony.
exaggeration. That's another term we use.
Sure. So, but in your report, again, Exhibit 6, I think you quote, psychological testing by other evaluators found signs of possible malingering or intentional faking of mental disorder symptoms. Is that a fair summary of what you wrote in your report?
Yes.
All right. And at the end of your report, it says, quote, testing can reveal attempts to fake a mental disorder, end quote. Did I quote that accurately? It's on page 9 of your report, Doctor. Last sentence.
Right. Yes.
And so what attempts did you make to use some of those tests to determine if Ms. Schabusiness was faking?
Yeah, good question. I looked at the other psychologist's test results, plus another evaluator done concerning her baby, Child Protective Services. I think he did testing too. So I look at those results. Yes, they showed exactly what you're saying, but then I take that in the context of the rest of the evaluation and my experience and training.
So, doctor, you did not conduct any of those tests with Ms. Schabusiness on June 19th?
Yes. Or is that no? Which way do I answer that one? I did not conduct any of those tests, right, on whenever I...
Even though those tests can be helpful to determine if a patient is providing you accurate information?
Yes.
And you didn't utilize any of those tests in this case?
No.
Asked and answered objection.
Anybody
It's
not
not
want to throw a chair at her at this point?
I was gonna say it's not helpful when she's like, "Which way should I answer that?"
Thank you, doctor. I have nothing further.
Yeah, just leave it at that.
It's going to be a bit, Your Honor. Do you want to take a break or should I ask some questions? Okay. With regards to your report and evaluation of my client, did you get a sense that she was feigning or faking?
At times with me, or
No.
not with me during our interview.
Don't say at times,
I didn't
yes.
think that was, or my interview, I didn't think that was faking at all. No.
At times she didn't think
But
it was faking.
with other evaluators, and again, the test results, it's my based on my education, my training in this field, my impression was that if there was any, I don't think there was intentional faking,
Jesus
period.
fucking- Donald
I
Trump,
think we're
finish a
dealing
fucking
with,
sentence.
my opinion is we're dealing with a genuine mentally ill person who occasionally is treated, takes medications. I don't think she's intentionally faking symptoms, even in the test results. The test results show that she was exaggerating symptoms of a mental illness. However, Dr. Tracy Lucetta, in her report, I believe it's in her writer report, she points out that the majority of people with those feigning, malingering test results, they're later found out not to have been intentionally faking.
When in your experience, in your training, do people sometimes who are going through a psychological evaluation or some kind of an assessment tend to overpresent? They want to put themselves in a good light?
Sometimes I've done those tests, yeah, and every forensic evaluation, I assess the person for malingering. Everyone, I do. I don't necessarily give all the tests. Occasionally I do, but we have even other tests for just faking, and I sometimes use that. But yeah, sometimes people do that for various reasons.
With regards to Dr. Lucetta, you read the whole report, correct?
Yes.
And she had recommended transfer to one of the state psychiatric facilities like Mendota Mental Health or Winnebago, correct?
Right, for testing, neuropsychological testing and medications, yes.
And before you wrote your July 3rd, 2023 report, you did consider all of the information, the interview on June 19th, the interviews in February, is that true?
Yes.
And all the records, correct?
Yes.
And you're indicating to the court that you did review some of the video clipped information between Ms. Schabusiness and the detectives?
Yes.
So you considered all of that information, correct?
Yes.
Your opinions aren't just based off of what happened on June 19th, correct?
No.
Yeah,
And
so
as
excited
it
I
relates to
spilled
the
everything everywhere.
DSM-5 manual, the diagnostic statistical manual that psychologists use, you're familiar with the elements for bipolar 1?
Yes.
And did Taylor Schabusiness exhibit some of those elements based on what you saw?
Yes. And she confirmed she had had those experiences in the past too.
And oftentimes when psychologists do testing, they would do the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, correct?
Yes.
It's a series of questions, correct?
The short version is 300.
And then you gotta answer these questions, and then you gather information from that. Fair?
Yeah, it's put into it. Nowadays, it's put into a computer and yeah.
It's a computer test, right?
shit.
Those magic boxes.
Well, I don't know. I don't have the computer version. I don't know if it's all.
Oh my Jesus fucking Christ! It's 2023 and she doesn't have a computerized
other
version
test,
of
the other gold
MMPI?
standard test for psychologists is the MCMI, correct?
Yeah.
The Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory Test?
Yes.
Is that another written test?
It is.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Dr. Matthew Seipel did not use the MMPI or the MCMI?
No, he didn't use them.
Other psychologists had already done that, correct?
Right.
And you reviewed those reports, correct?
Yes.
So you went right to it and got the materials and analyzed things from a psychological standpoint, correct?
Right. I didn't think there was any utility, any use to giving her the whole test again when she had it, I don't know, 3-4 times.
Wasn't necessary, is that fair?
I didn't think so. No.
In some of these records from Bellin, did you see that she was huffing gas, or excuse me, huffing nail polish in 2013?
Yeah.
Jack, this is outside the scope of cross.
It's in the exhibit. It's in Exhibit 8. I can grab the
boom.
exhibit, Your Honor.
There you go. I thought that was a bit weird, but okay, if it's in the exhibit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the exhibit's in. They can cross or redirect rather. I like I like this witness because she's somewhat
insane?
entertaining. He's somewhat entertaining. I think it was. I'm going to put the blame on the defense counsel for this witness's testimony. That's my position.
Go ahead and answer that.
Yeah.
That's true, right? She was she admitted to huffing nail polish in 2013.
About then, yes.
Your Honor, could I have Exhibit 7, 8, 9, 10?
Oh wait, what did I submit? Holy shit! Oh, did I really submit that? Fuck! Oh, let me look at this. Oh god
Why
damn it!
does he
I
not
did.
have extra copies?
It's his evidence.
He printed them from home. You know, he's only got one copy of each.
Yeah.
He ran out of paper last night.
Oh man! See, and I think you were criticizing the prosecution for a bit. I think he was
Bellin
just giving her the
Psychiatric
softballs, the lame questions
Center,
until he got
her
to the
discharge
malingering
summary.
part because he
It does
hammered the
indicate,
malingering. He hammered the malingering.
Access
during
one
the,
that she had a mood disorder, correct?
Competency hearing.
I believe
as
so,
well.
yes. Was that from the 2012?
Yes.
Yes.
And at least at that time, it did talk about hallucinations, correct?
Yes, and when she came in,
We'll find out an hour and a half from now.
Oh,
Yes.
On his question, he asked if it referenced it, okay?
Yes.
It did.
We're all laughing at this cow by now. I mean, come on, you can't fault her for laughing at this chick. She knows she's fucked now. But we're all laughing. How can you criticize her
And
for laughing?
Exhibit 9
I was
here,
wondering if
the
she had like
Nicolay
resting smile face.
Psychiatric Center
You know how others
Inpatient
have-
Mental Health Unit.
Yeah.
The initial
She's got resting
evaluation did
murderer
indicate
face.
on the bottom,
Yeah.
diagnosis was bipolar disorder, correct?
Yes.
And on the Exhibit 10, fair to say that the final summary for Nicolay Psychiatric Center for Taylor Schabusiness, she was admitted 3/22 of 2021, admitted with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, correct? That was one of them.
Yes.
And then she was discharged April 12th of 2021, again with bipolar disorder as one of the discharge diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And then on admission, that her thought content showed that she appeared to be having auditory hallucinations and delusions of persecution, correct?
Yes.
And suicidal ideation.
I believe so, yes. Oh, yes.
And is it fair to say that based on what you understood, that Ms. Schabuzis did not take her medications after she was released from Nicolay Psychiatric Center in April of 2021?
Yes, she did. That's my understanding.
And that, at least according to that document, her affect was flat?
Yes.
What does that mean, her affect was flat?
Oh, I'm going to get a little cough drop here. That means that, I mean,
Creepy,
facial
weird look from
expressions,
Schabuzis.
emotionless, flat emotions.
I see evil. Is that an emotion?
Even Schabuzis, I was like, bitch is crazy. What you doing to me
As
here,
it relates
buddy?
to these other exhibits, Exhibit 9, she was prescribed Abilify for mood stabilization. Is that correct?
Yes, and what was that one from? Is it?
The date of service, it indicates 3/23 of 21.
So that was Nicolay?
Yes.
Yeah, she was prescribed, yes. Prescribed. The first she was on Abilify, I think when she came in, and then they switched her to the longer acting injected medicine just to make it easier. But then she didn't like it because it hurt. The injection hurt.
And at least at Nicolay, she was brought in on an EM1 petition because she was hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
And she was seeing people who were not there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or so she said.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Saunders, any
Just very briefly, the question about having a flat affect, about the reported hallucinations, about being brought in on a Chapter 51, that was upon admission into Nicolay, right?
Yes.
When she was testing positive for methamphetamine and other substances.
Right, substance use.
Thank you, doctor.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm still confused as to whether or not she was actually diagnosed with bipolar 1 with underlying mania and psychosis.
Any objection to 7, 8, 9, and 10?
No objection.
I doubt it.
Thank you.
I shouldn't be confused about that, right?
No, you shouldn't.
Your Honor, can I just make sure? A lot of things are going on in my head. Were all my exhibits offered and accepted?
Just like my crazy client.
Exhibit 5, if it's not, I'll offer it.
Your Honor, I need a break. My client's rubbing off on me.
Yeah.
Any objection to 5? Mr. Saunders?
No.
5 is received.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break now. It is 5 after 12. I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room no later than 1:15. I'd like to get underway right at that time. All rise.
Like an hour and 7 minutes.
That was the worst. Like, I could have winged it with my knowledge. I could have done a similar job, and I don't know anything about psychiatry.
Letitia Stouck's expert was way worse, but this was just about up there.
How are you way worse than that?
Oh, I mean, arguing with the judge and being late to the point where, like, you don't show up to court. You know, it was just amazing.
That's a bad thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. The judge is still talking. Hang on. Sorry.
I'm going to talk to my client, Your Honor, about whether I'm going to have her testify, but other than that, no.
Sure.
I may not have her testify. I have
no more witnesses. Jesus.
And I appreciate that. And that's something I wanted to cover because in my research, they tell judges that we don't necessarily have to make inquiry of a defendant at this phase, but it's best practice to do so. And far be it for me to try to avoid best practice. So I think I would undertake that qualification or that the colloquy with your client when we return, and when you advise me whether you have other witnesses. If you're indicating after lunch that she would be your only witness and you don't intend to call her, then I'd have that colloquy before we bring the jury back in.
Okay. Your
Just so everybody knows that.
Thank you.
Then the other thing I want the parties to take a look at, I'm going to provide you after the lunch break, is the proposed jury instructions, and I want you to give some thought to how you want that laid out. My suggestion is that, and I'm open-minded on this, so I just want you to think about it, and you can certainly push back a little bit if you want. That I would give the at the conclusion of evidence, I would give the instruction 160 regarding closings. Then I would have you close. Then I would give a modified version of 100. That's the preliminary instruction indicating to the jurors that I'll instruct them upon the principles of the law, that they shouldn't use any impression that they may have of my thoughts in any way, and that they're to follow the instructions that I give them. So I propose to give a modified 100. I'll modify it over the lunch hour, give it to you. You can take a look at it, and your response might be, I don't want you to give that at all, or I want you to modify that differently, but that I would give 100. I might give 315, Mr. Freilich. That is the instruction that if your client chooses not to testify, I could certainly give that instruction again. Although this is a civil matter and I'm not sure that it's really necessary, but that is a possibility. Then I would give 640, which is mental disease or defect expert opinion testimony, and 605, which is the instruction, the base instruction on this proceeding, and then the jury would go into deliberations. That's what I would propose. I'll give you my draft of those instructions after lunch. You can think about it, and we can have further conversation then. Anything else before we break, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
There you are. Thank you.
Okay. Then I'd ask you to be back in about an hour. That'll be 1:05. The jury will be back at 1:15. We can take up anything then. All right, we're in recess.
Thank you.
Is the state not calling any witnesses?
It doesn't sound like it.
So
I'm sure they
in
have,
1 hour,
I'm sure they're going
we
to call
may-
somebody. They have to
No,
call
I-
somebody.
It sounds like they're not. No, I think they're going to say, this is not, we're going to say, I bet the prosecutor gets up says, we're trying to steward the taxpayer money by not wasting time. So you can't believe this damn doctor for 10 seconds is going to be their argument probably.
Well, I would make the argument that nothing that any one of those people said had anything to do with their state of mind at the time the murder was committed.
Yep, I would agree. I don't think the expert was very good, but even if she was miraculous and convinced
You're so
you that
generous.
she has these issues, nothing goes to whether or not she was suffering from an episode at the time. She watched an hour and a half, essentially what we watched of a
5-hour video.
Of a 5-hour video. Yeah, no, that's
real quickly here, everybody. We got 1,300 and some odd people here in chat right now. What's going to happen is come back an hour from now to my channel. We'll continue the afternoon session. When I end this, you're going to be automatically routed over to my afternoon session. Just let it play, chill out there and hang out. Go make yourself a sandwich or whatever and come on back. We don't want to miss you. We love having you here. And the mods, you've been great. Let me get these super chats and we'll have a couple of quick comments here. And then we'll shut this down for the lunch hour. Sonia says, I have a PhD as well. It's in my barn. It digs post holes and is vastly more useful than this quack. Unhung Hero says she changed her name to SCHABUSINESS. Clearly, she's not right. Ella Cole had bring in the super chats today. MLS Law Show proving his insight into mental health. Glad to see some insight. Some have that insight. I'm with him and can see him biting his tongue. Well, that was before you stopped biting your tongue and just started talking.
Sorry.
No, that's she's an odd duck, this expert, quote unquote. Wolfram says, I got it. She actually is Dr. Spiegel, cross-dressing for this case. Could be. I think she outspiegeled Spiegel, though. He just had weird affectations. She's just all around weird. Tankrat says, I'd rather be out in the worst weather working 12-hour shifts repairing Sound of Freedom generators than this hell. Nice. That's a solid take. And Wolfram again with the $5 super chat. Oh, you want to know what I think about SCHABUSINESS? Oh, I thought you were asking about my self-diagnosis. Right. Ella Cole again with the 10 pounds. On a serious note, THC can and has wrecked people's brains. I've had people I know personally with THC induce psychosis and off themselves. Sorry to hear that. Some unlucky people just shouldn't go near it. Truth? Ella Cole, I've name dropped this before. My uncle worked with Bronson. Became close. Charles Bronson? He's the only Bronson I know. Sorry if there's some obvious. Bronson Pinchot, I know him too.
The guy he helped Charles Bronson hold the ammo when he was shooting the machine gun in like Death Wish 4.
Could be as a psychologist, and that's a solid lesson in faking being mental. He regretted that one wildly, worse than prison. Ending up in a psych ward is not better than prison in the vast majority of cases. The judge is considering having this doctor committed to a psych ward. Yeah. Alicia G has been a 3-month member of the Clean and Sober crew. It says, thanks for the memberships, and it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Flux. Oh, and happy birthday, Flux. Is it? It's the 27th. It's Flux's birthday too.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Flux.
Happy birthday, Flux.
Happy birthday.
Damn.
Well,
I'll just drink the last of my gin for you. Cheers, Flux. Happy birthday. Dang, I almost forgot that. Gee, thanks, chat, for reminding me. That would have been terrible. And Doral on with member for 10 months gives us some popcorn super sticker. Hempland Texas upgraded to the Fallen Angels level. Thank you so much. And Hempland Texas also gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. So give her a great thanks and a shout out for that if you got one of those. Read by Nature. In the UK, we would call him, her father, a guest of His Majesty. Is it like odd saying His Majesty now instead of Her Majesty all of a sudden? Or have you been?
I don't know if I've said one enough to be concerned about it.
Yeah. Lazarus,
be an American and all.
Yeah. Lazarus, who's been a member for 1 month of the Clean and Sober crew, says, love the show, Vices. Thanks for all your work. Well, thank you for being here. And thank you for being a member. We know that everybody wants to be my member. My member's awesome. Conan the Brobarian, member for 1 month of the Clean and Sober crew, says, just a reminder, Epstein didn't Minecraft himself. Okay, thanks for the friendly reminder. Wow, guys. Yeah, so is she gonna be found not guilty by reason of insanity?
Not with that testimony. Nope. I believe she's got something going on upstairs, but I don't think this is going to be enough to find her not guilty and sent to a hospital.
Sean, can you fix her?
Yeah, with a 22 to the back of her skull. No, she's gonna be going to the pen.
Yeah.
I'm sure the girls in her pod are gonna love seeing her whip out her titties like she was thinking about doing for the judge. So
how long do you think it is before she gets into her first physical altercation?
Oh, I bet within a day.
Yeah, I would say like 12 minutes. Yeah. Well, gee, we're all in agreement.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, I gotta hit the road.
Thank
I
you,
didn't want to say
Sean.
if everybody who's stopping by tonight, I got my show tonight, 9:30. I actually got a hold of the copy of Hunter Biden's plea agreement and diversion agreement, and it's very sneaky how they tried to work in this idea of complete immunity for everything and how they hit it. So
the one that the judge had issues with?
Yes, which is, if you read both of them together, they refer to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And in the one document lists out all the crap he did FARA-wise, and then the other document says, "Oh, referring to the statement of facts in the plea agreement, this diversion ensures that he will, he has received a declination to prosecute for any and all offenses, and and at further statute of limitations that are listed there or could arise out of it." Yeah,
I'm excited to watch your stream tonight.
Yeah,
it'll be pretty good. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Potentially criminal. Everybody, get down there, subscribe to his channel, watch him. He's much funnier than me, so that's where you need to go for like real humor, not my childish stuff. But get on over to potentially criminal. Thank you for being here, John. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad I was able to be here. So, see you, Jeff. See you, David.
See ya. MLS Log Show, David. What do you think? Final pre-launch thoughts.
Final pre-launch thoughts are the defense. I bad witness, bad expert witness. The father actually, I think, did better for her than the witness, but still both on both counts, bad defense lawyering. It's just this defense counsel. It's just he has no personnel. He doesn't know how to put together a story or question witnesses, even when they're his own witnesses. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what else to say. It's just really bad.
I got nothing. Literally, this has got to be the only witness in the entire United States that would testify on her behalf. Otherwise, there's just no explanation. Or maybe this is the only one that's going to take the government, public defender, government money to testify. Say,
Okay,
"All right, I'll do
but
it."
you know that, right? And she's kind of got like a goofy old grandma kind of vibe. Go with that, man. Go with the goofy old grandma vibe. You can play into that and work it and make it work and not be so, oil and water between defense counsel and this witness. And I don't know, do something.
Yeah. Nicholas Starr says it's rough when grapey dad is the good witness. Right.
It is.
Oh my Lord. All right, everybody. That's it. We're gonna shut this bad boy down for lunch. I'm gonna go take a quick break, kind of reboot, reprocess things, do a few things. All right, everybody. MLS Law, thank you for being here. Strawberry, thank you for sleeping. Oh my gosh, that's it. Yeah, it's time for me to shake this one off and just everybody, you all rock. Thank you, mods, for being here. We'll see y'all in about an hour. Well, 50 minutes chat. The Vice Racks, Vice Squad chat is the best chat ever. We're going to be automatically rerouted to my next show starting at 5 minutes after the hour. Thank you so much for the support you've all shown. We love you all. Thank you to the guests that were here on the panel. Everybody, see you in a little bit. Until then, whatever you do, whoever you're doing it with, don't forget to enjoy your legal vices. That's me. For MLS Law Show, David. For me, the Law Racks, Legal Vices. Take care. We are out.